ஹலோ,
இந்த மைக் நல்லா வருது. அந்த மைக் இந்த மைக்ல பேசுங்க. அந்த மைக் ஓடுது. அது நல்லா இருக்கு.
மைக் செக்.
பிரச்சனை அவனுக்கு இல்லை. இங்கே கேமரா பார்த்து நார்மலாக இருக்கு. கேமரா செக்கிங் மைக் செக்கிங்னே சொல்லுவாங்க. வரல இந்த வாட்டி.
செக், மைக் செக்.
respected and esteemed students, may we have a kind attention please? As we are about to begin, please have a seat. Thank you. Wherever the heart of medicine is loved, there is also a love for humanity. Vanakkam, Namaste, Pranam. It gives me immense pleasure to extend you all a very warm welcome on behalf of Sastha Pharmacy College, who clubbed all of us for the national seminar on steering towards pharma excellence.
Tamil Thai Valtu. It is our culture to remember the God Almighty before everything we do our start. So let us begin this function seeking the blessings and presence of God Almighty. The day breaks with the birds announcing the arrival of our morning star. May I now request all to rise on your feet for the invocations of Mother Tamil.
Students, kindly be seated. Lighting the lamp. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity, as sunlight expels the darkness of mind and similarly brings blessings in our life. As the symbolic representation of dispelling the darkness of ignorance and unhealthy division, let us have the lighting of Indian lamp. Now, I request the dignitaries to light the Indian lamp. Now, I request our principal sir to honor the delegate with the shawl and memento.
for non-important energetic circuit that is about to commence in a short while. I would like to invite Mrs. Rameshwari, Associate Professor of the Sastha Pharmacy College, to officially welcome all the dignitaries and everyone gathered here.
Good morning to all the participants and the audience here for the seminar. So I'm more than grateful to stand here and welcome you all to this Sspccon 2022 National Seminar on Steering Towards Pharma Excellence.
This is Rameshwari, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmaceutics, Sree Sastha Pharmacy College. Firstly, I would like to thank God for this most amazing day. I would like to welcome our beloved Chairman Sir, Professor J. Karthikeyan, Sree Sastha Group of Institutions, who is acting as the energy source behind us. Further, I would like to extend my deep sense of gratitude for our Principal Sir, Dr. V.DANIEL, for taking great efforts to organize this program. I extend a very hearty welcome to our Chief Guest, Dr. S. Kavimani, Professor and Head of the Department of Pharmacology, Mother Teresa Postgraduate Research Institute and Higher Education, Pondicherry, Mr. M.D. Varadarajan Sir, Managing Director, Miss Laboratories, Chennai, Dr. Emilda Judy, Associate Professor, Department of Clinical Psychology, SRMCH, Chennai. This informative seminar will not only guide us all, but also educate us regarding a variety of these pertaining to steering towards pharma excellence. We all are very surely grateful for this prospect. On behalf of Sree Sastha Group of Institutions, we would like to welcome all delegates from various colleges, Jaya College of Pharmacy, Tagore College of Pharmacy, Pallavan College of Pharmacy, Anne Velagani College of Pharmacy, Wales College of Pharmacy, Arune College of Pharmacy, Apollo College of Pharmacy, SRM College of Pharmacy, SRMC College of Pharmacy, Bharat Biotech and Balaji College of Pharmacy, and inform you that the seminar will completely enlighten you pertaining to the steering towards pharma excellence. I would like to welcome all my colleagues and all my dear students for your kind cooperation for making this program a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The influence of a good principal can never be erased. Now, to warm our hearts with hopeful words of inspiration, may we listen to our beloved principal of SSPC, Dr. V.DANIEL sir, to address the gathering on the stage. For he is an ideal thinker, fair-minded in evaluation, prudent in making judgments, diligent in seeking relevant information. Now I request our beloved principal sir onto the dais to deliver the inaugural address.
Success is not a key of success, happiness. But happiness is the key to success. If you love what you are doing, you will be successful. வெற்றி என்பது மகிழ்ச்சியினுடைய சாவி அல்ல, மகிழ்ச்சி வெற்றியினுடைய சாவி. A warm good morning to everyone who have gathered here, giving thanks to the Almighty for such a great day in this institution. It is my pleasure to deliver the inaugural address in the national seminar on the theme of steering towards pharma excellence. What is by steering? Steering means the act of guiding or showing the way or the act of sending or holding a force. That means to give a direction. The other words are steering, porting, exploration, shifting, administering, admonishing, advising, controlling, executing, governing, guiding, handling, inspecting, leading, operating, organizing, overseeing, piloting, relating, superintending. So these are the single word that is called as steering. So steering means to guide, to give the direction, to to the young pharmacist. So then only the selected theme is called as steering towards pharma excellence. What is by pharma excellence or health excellence means? The quality of being outstanding or extremely good or excellent in pharma field. So why we selected theme to the young pharmacist, the budding pharmacist, to give the guidance, to give the direction to the budding pharmacist to achieve their outstanding goal, outstanding good and excellent effective in his life. Then that is the reason we selected theme for this steering towards pharma excellence. I am happy to this conference is arranged taking into consideration of the present need of the hour. Drugs discovered by the pharmaceutical industry over the past 100 years have dramatically changed the practice of medicine and impacted on many aspects of our culture. With the advent of modern molecular biology methods and based on knowledge of the human genome, drug discovery has now largely changed into a hypothesis-driven, target-based approach. A development which was parallel by significant environmental changes in the pharmaceutical industry. Laboratories became increasingly computerized and automated and geographically dispersed research sites and are now more and more enlisted into the large centers to capture technological and biological synergies. Today, academia, the regulatory agencies and the pharmaceutical industry all contribute to drug discovery in order to translate the basic science into the new medical treatments for the unmet medical needs. Pharmaceutical companies have to have a critical mass of excellent scientists working in many therapeutic fields, disciplines and technologies. The imperative for the pharmaceutical industry to this breakthrough the need for a highly educated workforce is clearly present in all these areas and the wide spectrum of academic graduates with a bachelor, a master or PhD degree. Respect the many job opportunities in this sector, competencies of young university graduates are seldom adjusted to the specific requirements listed in the job vacancies. Moreover, they are often lack of understanding of the drug development process and the various perspectives now used for their career development. In the aim of this national seminar to give academic graduates one, a better idea about the many job opportunities over the entire drug life cycle offered by a wide variety of companies and organizations and for a broad spectrum of qualified professionals. Second one is the recent trends in the drug development process. Third one, the students' life scenario today. I hope all the above topics for discussion today will surely steer us towards the pharma excellence. So I extend my warm welcome to Dr. S. Kavimani sir. He immediately accepted our request and come to today's deliver for the drug development, discovery of drug development. So very useful. He is one of the great pharmacologists in India. He done a lot of research works. Now he is working as a professor and HOD, Mother Teresa Institute of Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pondicherry. He is the chairman of the PHARMA Syllabus Committee in Pharmacy Council of India, New Delhi. So I thank you, sir. Thank you for your acceptance for our invitation. Second speaker is Mr. Varadarajan. He is a director, managing director for the NIS Laboratories, Perigambakam, Chennai. He completed a pharmacy in Madras Medical College. He is the owner of the company. Second speaker, career opportunities. Third one is our doctor. He will delivering for the students' life scenario today. So very useful. The three topics were the different different view. One is the research view, another one is the business as well as the industrial view, another one is the psychological view. So three views leads to the students, direct the students, and the instruct the student to get the outstanding approach in the PHARMA field. Thank you one and all present here. Once again, I welcome everyone for the national seminar. Thank you one and all.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for your kind words for the inaugural.
A pessimist complains about a wind, an optimist tries to change it, and a leader adjusts the sail. The sail for this particular notion were adjusted by a person who is not only a great motivation to all of us, believe to bring together this event. He is none other than our Honorable Chairman, Sri Sastha Group of Institution, Professor J. Karthikeyan sir. I would like to request our Chairman sir to give the presidential address.
Respected Chief Guest of the day, Professor Dr. Kavimani, Department of Pharmacology, from Pondicherry, Mother Teresa Research Institute, my dear Principal, Dr. Dhanapal, my dear faculties and students from our college and students from other colleges, and all the eminent speakers who have come here or yet to come. Good morning to one and all. I am really proud to be a part of this activity. When Dr. Dhanapal sir came to visit my office and said we are going to conduct an activity, I said it is a wonderful idea. But further to that, the theme what they have made is steering towards pharma excellence. Is definitely covering all the areas as he has mentioned here. You have people from industry, people from academia, and people from the way of living, that is the social life or the ethics in life. See, today, pharma industry, and not only pharma, all health industry has been looked at a very prospective way. And it is also in one way, it has been identified by WHO as well as all leading countries have taken priority on the health. This 2 years of corona has put us very severely in a bad position, all right from the individual to all levels. Everybody is having a big suffering, both health-wise, financial wise. If you have finance with you, if you have money with you, you can overcome anything. But today, there is a lot of issues with the individual finance. That is the money that only the individual has with them. And today, everywhere, everything has become costly. The 2 years lapses, whatever I won't say the money what they lost, the money what they would have saved, is all been loaded to the product. And adding to this Ukraine war has substantially contributed in a very big way for the price increase in oil, food grains, everywhere. That is the reason today rice has gone up to 70 rupees, 75 rupees a kilo. And this wheat flour, the next stable food is wheat in India. That has also gone up like from, it was 25 rupees a kilo, any atta, that chapati that you make at home. Now it is around 35 to 40 rupees. Mainly the war has contributed in a big way. Initially we had a big blow with 2 years of lockdowns by the corona, And subsequently, adding to that, immediately this war came in. And war has contributed in a very big way in the price increase. Oil prices are also soaring. I'm talking about food oil, food grade oil, whatever that we consume at home. The sunflower is Ukraine is the biggest volume exporter to the whole world. That is in problem. Petroleum gas, which normally goes to Europe from Russia, Siberian, in the northern Russia, there also the prices have gone up because the government of Russia started dictating terms. Oil is out. Ukraine, wheat also, they are the largest granary for the whole world in supplying major wheat supply out of Black Sea exports. That is also in problem. So with all these problems, humankind today, global world has become a village, that one part of the country is suffering, one continent is suffering. Earlier days we don't have this sort of, I'm talking about 20 years back or so. We don't have the sudden impact with our economy, our pricing, so on. Now it has gone the other way. Immediately it reflects on our economics, pricing, share pattern, everywhere there is a disturbance. Why I am trying to bring in? And this COVID has put us a big setback in all the countries. And the population of average age has also gone down, gone high. Average age of the people living in outside India, in the developed countries, is very much high. So they have to take care, they're looking for younger generation people with all the inputs from all corners, both pharma, nursing, allied sciences, doctors, everywhere there is a requirement, and whole world, but along with China, we are also one of the biggest contributors to this human mankind towards the health industry. Pharma is growing in all directions. Everybody, longevity is also there. India is now picking up very fastly. In another 5 years, 7 years, I think we will be racing. Already there is a big gap between China and us. Almost 20 years we are behind China. Now we are gearing up in all corners. Okay, they need money, and everywhere they charge taxes on us. This GST is a big problem for everybody, even a company, individual or a corporate, everywhere there is a problem. But government needs money for the developmental activities. That is what is being done now. So more and more pharma, this private spending has come down in India. Now big budgets are coming out from the government. So government spending means there is always, they also need the money, the taxes come in. So what is that it's happening now? The health industry is being taken care of with a lot of insurance coverages. People, general life, the longevity of the life, earlier it was less, now they say it is more. So the affordability of the individual is also going up, and they want to take care of their health, which definitely take care of their health with this 130 billion population. There is a vast opportunities for the this crowd of 130 billion people. So what is that? It's really a message for us, like a big population like us. Recently, a week back also, Amit Shah was mentioning what was thought as a barrier or a burden. This population, they thought it was a burden because we have to, food security has to be given, health security has to be given, education has to be given. All this was a burden for sometimes back. I don't say very long back. It was 10 years back. They thought this population is a burden. Slowly, this demographic dividend, that is a percentage of average years of this between 20 to 27. I think the recent study says 35% of our population is teens, youngsters. These youngsters will continue. What was thought as a burden, now Amit Shah in a recent meeting told it has become an asset. It was my view also. Earlier in our in the other participation, I used to mention I was also a member of the CIA Education Subcommittee. I used to put forth 5 years back only. This is going to be an asset. Only thing for the society, how these children, that is teens, they have to be molded. It is not that just you get a degree. and the degree will possess you a job. I always say this degree is only an entry point. That's a gate pass. You have to enter into a mall, you have to take the screen and send you, or you get into a theatre, they screen. Then thereafter, it is the individual, how you take a role into the societal problems, in your skills, and you will attain positions. Definitely, more and more foreign companies are coming inside, many MNCs are coming inside, a huge investment is looked upon, and in all the sectors across, and in one sector is the health. Big money is being planned, are looked upon to come inside the India from outside the country. And Government of India is also talking, the priority goes with health and education. So we are there in both. And what I want to say, all these pharma students, whomever is there, you will have an excellent opportunity by the time you come to your final year, or those students who are already in the final year. You will all be well get placed, and lot of requirement is also been one of the recent meetings where the present PCI chairman, Mr. Patel was there. I think sir was also part of the team. Kavimani sir, Dr. Kavimani also. So what is that they are also mentioning? They are looking for a lot of reforms and insisting for all these pharmacists to be placed in many hospitals, and it is going to be compulsory. I think they are studying, a detailed study is being made on that, and definitely there will be a lot of opportunities for all the healthcare education students. I don't want to take much of the time because it is already delayed. I thank the organizers and previous students and other faculty members from other colleges and students from other colleges. Enjoy and listen to the seminar of is a much important thing for the student level to hear to the senior speakers. What do they say? What is the future? What is the development that is happening? What is the cancer development drugs? Recent drugs are happening. These are all wonderful opportunities when this sort of seminars happens. Students, make use of this wonderful opportunity and try to learn, try to browse it out as you go home. Browse it out and see what sir has said, what the other madam has said, and see what good things are happening. You can add, maybe in the next show, we may invite, I will advise my principal to have student seminars where you are all be invited, and you can put your papers in the forum and try to get identification that you are a wonderful seminar presenter. Wish you all the best. Have a good stay here for the day in the campus. Enjoy the seminar. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It was really an amazing speech. Thank you, sir, for sharing your great knowledge with us. Motivation. I would like to call upon Dr. Murthy, Principal of Sree Sastha Arts and Science College, to deliver us with a motivational speech.
Honorable Chairman, Professor J. Karthikeyan sir, Sree Sastha Group of Institution, respected Principal, Dr. Dharapan sir, Sree Sastha Pharmacy College, respected guest speaker and chief guest of today's occasion, Dr. S. Kavimani sir, respected dignitaries on the days, faculty members from different colleges, volunteers, my dear fellow students, a very good morning, one and all present here. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers and principal and faculty members of Sree Sastha Pharmacy College given me the opportunity to, as the guest and also as a principal of the Sree Sastha Arts and Science College. Thank you, sir, for your invitation. So, my dear students and my dear participants from different colleges, PHARMA colleges from in and around Tamil Nadu. So, we are going to present both oral presentation and also the poster presentation according to the theme steering towards the PHARMA excellence. So, I congratulate you for participating in this occasion, and also we are going to present a various topic and so we are going to share the insights which I learned to the PHARMA field. And also I will invite all the research scholars from the PHARMA college, particularly for the Village PHARMA college and Jayaka PHARMA college, and other young aspirants to share their knowledge during this occasion, and also accordingly can develop your research activities by sharing your knowledge during your presentation part. So finally, I would like to thank the organizers for giving the opportunity to me to motivate my speech. So all the best, all the volunteers and organizers, and future I wish you to conduct the international conference. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your word of motivation.
Inaugural address. A pessimist complains about the wind, an optimist tries to change it, and a leader adjusts the sails. Now, I request our beloved chairman, Professor T. Karthikeyan sir, onto the dais to deliver the inaugural address. Now, I request Dr. S. Kavimani sir to deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning. Respected Chairman, Sree Sastha Group of Institution, Dr. Karthikeyan sir, my dear Principal, staff member and students of the Sastha College of Pharmacy, and staff members from other institutions, various institutions, around 16 institutions have been participating in this particular conference. One institution from Chittoor, it seems. So, my dear students, very good morning to all. I am very happy to be a part of this one-day national seminar with the theme of steering towards PHARMA excellency. At the outset, I would like to thank the Honorable Chairman and the Principal for giving me this wonderful opportunity to interact with the students of various colleges of pharmacy. For the past 2.5 years, we have been discussing various webinars, but 6 months back, various colleges have been started to conduct this type of person-to-person seminar. Actually, around 3,700 pharmacy institutions are there, which is affiliated by Pharmacy Council of India, from where 4 lakh pharmacists are coming out each and every year. Each and every year, 4 lakh students are coming out from the educational institutions. So now this is a question of survival of the fittest. We should be very competent enough. So that is called the survival of the fittest. So to make us ourselves competitive, this kind of seminar is essential. Where there will be interaction among the students with the expertise member. So I have been associated with various regulatory bodies like Pharmacy Council of India, All India Council of Technical Education, MBA, NAC, and also various universities. I have travelled all over the country to inspect various institutions, and I can say that this is one of the fast growing institutes in Tamil Nadu, the Sastha group of institutions. I would like to congratulate the students of pharmacy for selecting pharmacy as a profession, because as I said, pharmacy is a versatile field. Liquid do not have any shape. திரவ பொருளுக்கு தனியாக வடிவம் எதுவும் கிடையாது.
திரவப்பொருள் எந்த பாத்திரத்தில் வைக்கிறோமோ that it attains the shape of a particular vessel. So like that, the profession of pharmacy also. You can be a manufacturing chemist, or you can be a dispensing chemist, or you can be an entrepreneur. To explain this, I would like to give explanation for each and every letter of the word pharmacist. You know, pharmacist, the first letter P is for patient-physician interaction. Prescription analyzer. We are in a position to analyze the prescription. Is there any drug-drug interactions or any incompatibility? And we are the mediators between physician and patient. The second letter H is for hospital-oriented services, whether it is inpatient services or outpatient services. And also the knowledge about hazardous substances, using drug abuse, etc. The third letter A is for adverse drug reactions and its monitoring. The field is called the pharmacovigilance. By development of the pharmacovigilance, we can able to identify the adverse drug reactions in early stages. The next letter R is for rationality in usage of drugs. Near dispensing the OTC medicines, we should see what are the drugs which is coming under schedule. There should not be any misuse of antibiotics for ordinary fever or cough, etc. The next letter M is for medication error. What are all the types of medications error that we should know, whether the medication error is on the prescription stage, or in the dispensing stage, or in the administration stage. And M is also for marketing of drugs, because we are all the peoples, we are all involved in the marketing of drugs. The next letter A is for analysis of drugs, both the raw material as well as the bulk drugs. The next letter is C, is nothing but cost effective pharmacoeconomics. Now the next letter I is for interaction among the drugs. Drug-drug interaction, drug-food interaction, or drug-herbal interactions. The next letter S is for safety usage of drugs. And last letter T is nothing but therapeutic drug monitoring. So almost I have brought all the specialization in pharmacy in the letter, in the word pharmacist. I said it is a versatile field. So we should make use of all these things. So as a member of Pharmacy Council of India, I would like to give some important information for the students. The PCI is planning to start passion counseling center in collaboration with the various pharmacy stores, the chain of pharmacy stores. There will be chain of pharmacy stores. So in collaboration with the stores, we will be doing the passion counseling. So if you do the passion counseling by ourselves, and there is no question of e-pharmacy. So if the e-pharmacy is coming, and we will be losing our job opportunities, because we are all the persons who are all involved in the retail stores and wholesale stores, where the marketing of drugs are being done. So if e-pharmacy started, automatically we will be having the reduction in job potential. So the PCI is against the e-pharmacy, and some law is made against e-pharmacies. And I am the chairman of syllabus framing committee for e-pharmacy. So what job the president has given to me is to start specialization at the level of e-pharmacy. So like now in 7th semester we have practice school, and 8th semester we have optional subject or elective subject. So now we have planned to have more specialization in e-pharmacy. So that the work is under progress. So next is M-pharmacy super specialization. Like after M-pharmacy, there may be chances of super specialty courses where the students will be admitted in colleges, but they will be in industries for 2 years. That is the super specialty course in M-Pharm. So as per the PPR 2015 Pharmacy Practice Regulations, only the pharmacists are eligible to dispense the medicines. No other persons are eligible to dispense the medicines. So the next thing is the PCI is trying for a limited prescription order to the pharmacist. And the next thing is there will be an inclusion of the foreign language in our pharmacy syllabus, so that our students can go to abroad very easily. And then suppose after your degree, if you want to write UPSC examinations, in many students have taken Tamil as one of the subject, political science one of the subjects, something like that. So now our president has made some steps to include pharmacy as one of the subjects in UPSC preliminary exam. And also the Ministry of Health we are expecting the Ministry of Health to launch a new portal. That is a web portal. In that portal we can upload our resumes so that your biodata will be in a globalized level. So if there is any job opportunities depending upon your qualification and potential, the job opportunities will be there at the global level. I would like to thank our chairman and principal sir and organizing secretaries for giving me these wonderful opportunities. With respect to the seminar steering towards pharma excellency, so my session will be on drug development, recent trends in drug development, and that is followed by the career opportunities by Varadarajan sir. He is a well-known industrialist, and that is followed by what was the position of our students after post-COVID. So that psychologically you will be stimulated by one of the resource person. So definitely the seminar will be very useful for you. So please listen. As very often I used to say, silent and listen have same alphabet. Whatever the letter which is present in the silent is also present in the listen. So silently you listen all the lectures and interact with the resource person, and wish you all the best for the success of this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Vote of thanks. We are now at the end of this inaugural function. To give a perfect end to this event, I now request Mrs. Purnima, Assistant Professor SSPC, to deliver the words of gratitude.
Hello everyone. Thank you to all the participants and delegates here for seminar. This is Purnima. I am working as Assistant Professor in esteemed institution. I would like to start off with my most sincere thanks to the Almighty God for making today's event a resounding success with His blessing and grace. We are able to make this event what it was. I would like to thank our beloved chairman, Professor J. Karthikeyan sir of Sri Sastha Group of Institution, who is the nucleus of this institution, which radiated a source of energy within us. We will ever remain grateful to you, and we thank you for being with us today. Next, I would like to express my gratitude to our principal, Dr. V.DANIEL sir, for providing encouragement and support which made this event possible. It's my indeed pleasure to express our hearty thanks to our chief guest, Dr. S. Kalhani sir, Professor and Head Department of Pharmacology, MTP, GR, IHS, Pondicherry. This informative seminar will not only guide us all, but also educate us regarding a variety of this pertaining to steering towards pharma excellence. We all are surely grateful for this prospect. On behalf of the Sri Sastha Group of Institution, we would like to thank you, all delegates from various colleges, and I would like to thank all my colleagues and all my dear students for your kind cooperation for making this program a great success. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now it's time for tea break. I will request all our guests to move downstairs for tea and refreshment. We will resume the seminar after 10 minutes. Students, those who are participating in poster presentation, kindly report the primary floor, pharmacy block, 4th floor. For guidance, the organization committee will be there to help you. Kindly maintain cleanliness across the campus by using dustbins.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். இப்பொழுது 10 நிமிடம் தேநீர் விடப்பட்டுள்ளது. போஸ்டர் பிரசன்டேஷன் பண்ண விருப்பம் உள்ளவர்கள் தேநீர் இடையில் முடிந்த பிறகு சாஸ்தா பார்மசி காலேஜ் 4th ஃப்ளோருக்கு போகணும்னு கேட்கப்படுகிறார்.
டவுன் ஸ்டேர்ஸ் ஆர்கனைசிங் கமிட்டி இருப்பாங்க, அவங்க கைட் பண்ணுவாங்க. யார் யார் போஸ்டர் ஓரலோ அங்க கீழே இருப்பாங்க வாலண்டியர்ஸ், அவங்க பிக் பண்ணிட்டு ஃபார்மசி காலேஜ் கூட்டிட்டு போவாங்க. கீழே போகலாம். மற்றவங்களாம் டீ பிரேக் 10 மினிட்ஸ் கழிச்சு செஷன் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகும். தேங்க்யூ.
person spreads in all directions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have with us Dr. S. Kavimani sir, Professor and Head Department of Pharmacology, Mother Teresa, Postgraduate and Research Institute of Health and Sciences, Pondicherry, and Chairman of B.Pharm Syllabus Committee, Pharmacy Council of India, New Delhi. I would like to call upon Dr. Karuna Priya Chitra, Professor SSP, to introduce our new guest speaker to all of us.
I request everyone to sit down, please. If your actions inspire others to dream, learn more and become more, you are a leader. With pride and honor, I am here to introduce the leader whom we choose to be the guest of honor and speaker for today's occasion. He is none other than Dr. S. Kavimani sir. He is currently Professor and Head of the Department of Pharmacology at Mother Teresa Postgraduate and Research Institute of Health Sciences, Pondicherry. He graduated from MNC Madras. He did his PG and PhD from Jagadpur University, Calcutta. He qualified GATE exam in 1991 and he has 27 years of experience in teaching as well as research. He guided almost 42 PhD students and is currently guiding 7 more. And he has more than 230 publications to his credit. He has written 2 books and 1 chapter in Elsevier publications. I hope he is our living inspiration for all the budding pharmacists. And he is a member of expert committee for PCI, ACTE and NDA. And Central Council member PCI and Chairman B.Pharm Syllabus Committee PCI New Delhi. And he is a member of Board of Academic Committee in Pondicherry University and as well as many universities like NS Jawaharlal, Kakinada and Annamala universities. He is also a visiting faculty for Pondicherry University and MS University. We all are very pleased to have you here, sir. Thank you so much.
Very good afternoon to everybody.
Kindly maintain silence, please.
Respected MD Vararajan sir, very good afternoon. So, as I said in inaugural session, I will be discussing about the recent trends in development of drugs. Okay, now this is the picture of my institute, Mother Teresa Postgraduate and Research Institute of Health Sciences. It is a government of Pondicherry institutions. So the drug discovery process has been started before the introduction of East India peoples. That is Chinese traditional medicine or Indian system of medicines. Where we have been used a system called the doctrine of signature. The doctrine of signature is nothing but by observing the plant, that means the size, shape or color, we can predict what the possible pharmacological actions which is present in that particular plant. So slide next to photograph. Next. Please listen, I told you the silent and listen have same alphabet. So please listen silently. You might have seen the cross section of tomato. Tomato have 4 chambers in it. Our heart is also having 4 chambers. The phytoconstituent which is present in the tomato is lycopene. Lycopene is a very good antioxidant which is very good for our heart. So for the prevention of myocardial infarction, this is a prophylactic measure. The second picture I have given is the cross section of the carrot. The cross section of the carrot exactly looks like that of our eye. Now, whatever the coloring pigments, carotenoids which is present in the carrot is also present in our eye, the rods and cones. And this is important for our vision. The next picture I have given is the picture of walnut. The The walnut picture is exactly similar to that of our brain. The riches, whatever the riches which is present in the brain is also present in the walnut. And if you see the chemical constituent of the walnut, this contains around dozen neurotransmitters. Some of the neurotransmitters are excitatory and some of them are inhibitory. So the walnut is a very good brain tonic. The next one, please. Here you can see the ripe fruits of Mamadicus aurantia. In English it is called bitter gourd. The Mamadicus aurantia. The shape of Mamadicus aurantia is very similar to that of our pancreas. The pancreatic beta cells are the source of insulin. The second thing is with respect to taste. Any bitter principle can be nullified by the sweet, or any sweet can be nullified by the bitter. So for diabetes mellitus, it is better to take bitter gourd. This is called the doctrine of signature. So the doctrine of signature is nothing but by observing the plant, by seeing the structure, by seeing the color, we can predict possible pharmacological actions. So one more example I would like to give is brain tonic. You know, that is brain tonic, and this figure is kidney beans. The figure of kidney beans is exactly similar to that of our kidney. A tuberculosis patient under the treatment with aminoglycosidal antibiotics like streptomycin has to take kidney beans to avoid nephrotoxicity which is produced by aminoglycosidal antibiotics. So this is called the doctrine of signature. This is the ancient method of drug discovery process. Next one, please. Now this is the first pack of aspirin which was introduced by Bayer in the 1890s. It is a 125 years old aspirin. The salicylic acid is obtained from the willow bark tree, which can be used only externally. In vitreal ointment, you might have seen salicylic acid with the benzoic acid. Salicylic acid cannot be given by oral route, so scientists made it acetylated. It becomes acetyl salicylic acid. Acetyl salicylic acid is not very good NSAID. It is not having anti-inflammatory activity, so that the synthesis of group and phenamic acid, oxymethylbutazone, phenylbutazone. As we know that all NSAID produces gastric hemorrhage as the adverse reactions, there was a development of specific COX-2 inhibitors, celecoxib, proficoxib, etarecoxib and valadicoxib. So this is the steps of drug discovery process, starting from the aspirin to celecoxib, etarecoxib. And what is meant by recent trends in drug discovery? That's what I would like to discuss here. An apple per day makes an apple per day keeps the doctors away. You know, there is a paramount. An apple per day keeps the doctors away. Now an aspirin per day keeps all the cardiovascular complications away because aspirin is having antiplatelet activity which inhibits aggregation of the platelets. So this is called the repurposing of drugs. Next one, please. Now, is there any possibilities of obtaining the drugs from the human origin? Yes, it is possible. We have number of microbial genome in our body, especially if you see in female reproductive system. In female reproductive system, we have 495 set of genomes. The microbial genome. That microbial genome can able to produce an antibiotic called the lactocillin. Cillin, you know, penicillin like antibiotics. So antibiotic which is synthesized in the female reproductive system is called the lactocillin, which is very effective against the pathogens during the menstruation. Due to improper sanitary conditions of female reproductive system during your menstruation, we have a natural protective mechanism, that is production of the lactocillin in female reproductive tract. Next one, please. And there may be possibilities of obtaining the drugs from the human. For example, streptokinase and urokinase from the human urine, human chorionic gonadotropin from the urine of pregnant women, and growth hormone by means of recombinant technology. So there is a possibilities of obtaining drugs from the human origin also. So now I am coming to the topic, that is recent trends in drug discovery process. The next one, please. Now we can give what is meant by modern methods of drug discovery. So if you have a headache, you don't take paracetamol. Instead of that, you find out what is the reason for headache. Whether it is due to sinus problem, whether it is due to eye problem, or whether it is due to ear problem, or it is due to dilation or constriction of the cranial blood vessel. So you try to find out exact reason for the headache, then you go for the drug treatment, that means utilization of the antidepressant for the treatment of migraine, etc. So now the drug discovery process have been introduced based on the pathophysiology of that particular disease. We find out what is the root cause for that particular disease, then you go for treatment. So this is the reason methods of drug discovery. It pinpoints the disease rather than the drug. Next one please. Here you can see that with one example I would like to explain. Most of the students are in third year B.Pharm in Sastha College of Pharmacy, but from other colleges are in final year. So whatever I have given is the hallmarks of cancer. What is the reason for the pathogenesis of cancer? So I have given the 6 processes: sustaining proliferative signaling, evading growth suppressor, activating invasion and metastasis, enabling replicative immortality, inducing angiogenesis, resisting cell death. With this example, I am going to discuss how the drug can be discovered based on the pathophysiology. Next one, please. Next one. Here you can see the difference between normal cells and cancer cells. The cells have lifespan. For example, our RBC have 120 days of lifespan. Neuronal cells never die. Neuronal cells don't have any lifespan. It will be developed only once in our life. Here you can see the normal cells when undergoes replication. Normal cells when undergoes replication, there will be shortage of the telomere. You can see the chromosome end, there is presence of the telomere. So for each and every division of cells, the telomere, size of the telomere is getting reduced, so that automatically the cell will be died. The process is called apoptosis. So apoptosis is nothing but natural, is a computerized program, it's a programmed cell death. Necrosis is nothing but artificial death, whereas apoptosis is nothing but natural death. Suppose in case of cancer cells, even after multiple replication, cancer is nothing but uncontrolled proliferation of the cells. Even after multiple division or replication, there is no shortage of the telomere. You can see the telomere at the end of chromosome. So there is no shortage of the telomere, so that the proliferation is uncontrolled. So what we have to do here, we have to induce apoptosis. Apoptosis is the natural killing mechanism. So the drug discovery process for the cancer has been started by promoting the mechanism of the apoptosis. So second one please. Now you can see here, whenever there is a newer growth of cells, there will be formation of the mass, cell mass, that is called the tumor. That is called the neoplasm. Neoplasm is nothing but newer growth. For newer growth, there should be supply of nutrients. When you want to supply the nutrient, there should be formation of the blood vessels. So unless otherwise newer blood vessels are formed, the cells will not survive. So in this case, the newer blood vessels are formed so that the cells proliferate. So now what we are going to do? We are going to inhibit the angiogenesis. Angiogenesis is nothing but blood vessel formation. We are going to suppress the blood vessel formation. Next one please. Here you can see there are some endogenous substances in our body that inhibits the angiogenesis mechanism. Now the drug discovery process has been started to inhibit this angiogenesis mechanism. Next one please. Here you can see sustaining proliferative signaling means there are some growth factors and growth factor receptors. Whenever the growth factor is combined with the growth factor receptor, there will be proliferation of this cell. In case of normal cells, it is dependent. It is dependent upon the growth factor. But in case of cancer cells, it is independent of the growth factor, so that there will be abnormal proliferation of these cells. For example, next one please. Here you can see almost 40% of the women in fertility stage. 40% of humans on fertility age, during the menstruation to the menopause, there will be chances of the development of fibroid in the uterus. There will be formation of the cyst in ovaries. there will be the cancer in breast carcinoma or endometrial carcinoma. So what is the reason for that? That kind of things are not there in man, not there in male. What is the reason for that? The reason is there will be overexpression of the estrogen receptor. Estrogen is a female sex hormone. When the overexpression of the estrogen receptor takes place, the estrogen combined with the estrogen receptor and thereby proliferation of the cells. So after the development of monoclonal antibodies, it is the latest method of drug discovery is the monoclonal antibodies. The drugs entry with SMAP, ZUMAB, are the origin of monoclonal antibodies. Now you can see here, the drug name is Trastuzumab. Trastuzumab, the brand name is Herceptin. HER is a gene. HER is a gene. Her gene. When the her gene is overexpressed, then there will be chances of carcinoma or cancer, or fibroid, or maybe cyst, either in one ovary or both of ovaries. So after development of the drugs Trastuzumab, you can see Herceptin is an antibody. Here you can see in yellow colored triangle, that is Herceptin is an antibody that combined with the estrogenic receptor which is overexpressed. So it's a competitive inhibition. So even though estrogen is available in our body, it won't combine with the estrogenic receptor so that cancer, breast cancer will be cured. So this is the latest method of drug discovery process. Next one please. So now what is it drug repurposing? I have said, when the phenolphthalein was in, as we know that as a chemistry student, we know that phenolphthalein is an indicator. Right? When the phenolphthalein was added to color the cheap wine, the phenolphthalein indicator was added in cheap wine to make it pleasant. So whoever consumed the cheap wine, next day they got loose motion. So then they find out the loose motion is only due to phenolphthalein, not with the wine. Now phenolphthalein is unforgettable. It is to relieve constipation. A chemist which was working in a laboratory with organic nitrite and nitrates. Lab work with organic nitrite and nitrate. On the same day evening he got headache, severe headache. Then he thought that the headache is only due to the nitrite and the nitrate. So what is the mechanism? Nitrite and nitrate produced dilation of the cranial blood vessel. Dilation of the cranial blood vessel is the reason for headache. Then he thought in another way, if a agent can able to produce dilation of the cranial blood vessel, why not coronary blood vessel? So you can able to dilate coronary blood vessel also. Now we got organic nitrites and nitrates for the treatment of angina pectoris. So this is the history of development of drugs. Now drug repurposing is, I said, COVID-19 has come in the November 2019. Right? Before 2019 November, there is no drug for COVID-19. There is no corona and there is no drug for it. But when the patients are admitted in a hospital with oxygen bed, and we used to have a number of drugs, even the people are standing in a queue to get remdesivir, nevirapine. So where it has come? Where from it has come? That concept is repurposing. The remdesivir is an already approved drug for the treatment of viral infection, but not with COVID-19. So the remdesivir has been repurposed for the treatment of COVID-19. That concept is called the repurposing, redirecting, repositioning, reprofiling, tasking, rescuing, and therapeutic switching. These are various terminology used for repurposing of drugs. Next one, please. Next one. Now we can see is aronopin. Aro means gold. AU symbol for gold. For gold salt we will be using for the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis. Aro salt is for rheumatoid arthritis. Okay, that is reasonable. We know that gold salts for rheumatoid arthritis. Now we can see the aronopin have used in the treatment of Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson, used for the treatment of cancer, used for bacterial infection, parasitic diseases, and also HIV and AIDS. The drugs has been developed for the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis. Am I correct? Now, what is the relationship between all these diseases? Rheumatoid arthritis, Alzheimer's, cancer, bacterial infection, and the involvement of one enzyme called the thioredoxin reductase. Thioredoxin reductase is an enzyme which is involved in the pathophysiology of almost all the diseases. Because of that, we are using aromatase for the treatment of this kind of diseases. Next one, please. Now you can see the relationship between diabetes and Parkinson. There is no relationship between diabetes and Parkinson. Diabetes is an endocrine disorder, Parkinson is a neurodegenerative disorder. It is due to insulin deficiency and that is due to dopamine deficiency. There is no relationship between diabetes and Parkinson before development of repurposing strategy. Now what is repurposing strategy says? There are some glucagon-like peptides, GLP glucagon like peptides, which is involved both in diabetes as well as Parkinson, so that the drugs used for the treatment of Parkinson can be used for diabetes, or drugs used for diabetes can be used for treatment of Parkinson. This is under investigation. Next one, please. Now we can see what is the relationship between the generic drugs, repurposing drugs, novel drugs. Generic drugs, there's a what you call program by the government of India. Jan Aushadhi medical stores, generic medical stores. It's available all over India. They are giving subsidiary to start generic medical shops, where the cost of the drug is only 10%. 10% is if you want to buy one strip of atorvastatin, we can buy it at the cost of one tablet of atorvastatin of this laboratory. That is the novelty in generic drugs. எப்படி அதை சீப்பாக கொடுக்க முடியும்னு யோசனை பண்ணுவோம். சீப்பாக கொடுத்தா உடனே அது சுற்றி இன்ஃபீரியர் குவாலிட்டி அப்படிங்கிற அர்த்தம் கிடையாது. Whenever the drug is introduced into the market, the patent will be given for that particular product for 15 years. The first 15 years the sole proprietor of that medicine is only that particular company. So at the verge of completion of the patent, almost all the companies will come forward to manufacture and market that particular medicine, so that automatically the price of that medicine will come down. So it will become generic drugs. So generic drugs, the manufacturing cost is very less, so that we can get it in low cost. These are generic drugs. Next one, please. Now we are coming for drug repurposing. There are various concepts of the drug repurposing. I don't want to go much more on this particular slide, because whenever we are doing a project work for P.HARMA or M.Pharmacy, without a molecular tracking, no project work will complete. Whatever will be the drug, whether it is phytoconstituent or synthesized compounds, then we will go for the molecular drug. The molecular tracking is nothing but the ability of the test molecule to bind with the target molecule. That may be receptor, that may be an enzyme. Other number of programs are available. So, one of the main concept of the repurposing of drugs is by using the molecular tracking. Next one, please. Now we can see there are number of software which can be freely downloadable. For example, Sanjeevani software from IIT Delhi, Sanjeevani Gold software from University of Cambridge, Autotalk, Gemtalk, Export in Talking, GAM. These are all the softwares which is available freely, which can be downloadable. So we can do your project work by downloading this particular software in your laptop. Next one, please. And these are some other software, docking softwares available in the market. Next one, please. Now you can see the informatics in medicine unlocked. After the COVID-19, the number of researchers have tried to find out drugs for COVID-19. So now what is the target for COVID-19 is 3 proteins. As you know, why the name has come COVID-19, the sound like structure. These are very preliminary, I don't want to go much more on that. So now we have to target that particular protein. So now what are the proteins which can be targeted? So see a molecular tracking and dynamic simulation for antiviral compounds against SARS-CoV-2, a computational study. Computational study is the basic step for the discovery of drugs. Next one, please. proteins. The one is the RNA-dependent RNA polymerase. RNA-dependent RNA polymerase. The second one is angiotensin converting enzyme 2. The third one is the spiky glycoprotein. Only these three proteins are involved in COVID-19. So we have been knowing about the AC inhibitors, captopril, enalapril, lisinopril, perindopril, ramipril as an antihypertensive drugs. Now we are hearing that there is involvement of ACE2 receptor, angiotensin converting enzyme, ACE, in the upper respiratory tract. So there may be chances of utilization of ACE inhibitors for the treatment of the COVID-19. And RNA-dependent RNA polymerase. In the process of virus replication, the RNA-dependent RNA polymerase plays major role. The virus can be classified into two. One is DNA-containing virus, another one is RNA-containing virus. So our COVID-19 is an RNA-containing virus, like HIV is an RNA-containing virus. So if you block RNA-dependent RNA polymerase, there will be chances of discovery of drugs for the treatment of COVID-19. Next one, please. Next one. So this is molecular tracking study of potential drug candidate for the treatment of COVID-19. Next one, please. And in silico evaluation, right? Here you can say limecycline, the tetracycline derivatives, and some of the antihistamine like azilastine, they have potential to inhibit the particular glycoprotein, so that antihistamines can be used or anti-malarial drugs can be used for the treatment of COVID-19. So this is another development in the drug discovery process. Next one, please. Now, what is the role of genomics in cancer drug discovery? The pharmacogenomics. So almost 99.9% of our genome is similar. My genome is exactly similar to that of your genome, 99.9%. But 0.1% differences in the genome makes 10 billion mistakes in our genome. 10 million. That's what your face is different from my face, and your style of walking is different from my style of walking, etc. That is due to only the 0.1% genetic difference. Now you see here, the person is coming with the cancer. Now what you will do? We will give chemotherapeutic agents. Either you will go for surgery, or you will go for radiation therapy, or you will go for chemotherapeutic agents. That is the conventional method of treatment, right? Now find out what is the clinical outcome. Find out whether they are resistant to the drugs or sensitive to the drugs. If they are sensitive to drugs, no problem. We can give chemotherapeutic agents, right? Now they are resistant to the drug chemotherapeutic agents. So what we should do? We should go for gene expression profile and DNA repair capacity. So you have to find out what is the gene expression profile of that particular patient. What is the DNA repair capacity of that particular patient? So depending upon that, we can go for treatment. That branch is called the pharmacogenomics. It is nothing but tailored medicine or inter-individualized medicine or personalized medicine. This medicine is particularly meant for this genetic matter of patients. Like that is called the pharmacogenomics. Next one, please. Right now we take a human genome. What is the structure of human genome? The human genome is made up of polysaccharides, lipids, nucleic acids, and proteins. There are four major constituents of the genome. One is polysaccharide, second is lipid, third one is nucleic acid, the fourth one is proteins. As we know that most of the receptors are made up of protein. G protein coupled the receptor, tyrosine kinase linked to the receptors. Most of the receptors, ion channel linked to the receptor, everything is made up of protein. And we have number of enzymes in our body. So, our drug discovery process should start with the protein. Why the protein? Because problem with toxicity, specificity, and difficulty in creating potent inhibitor eliminate the first three categories. Whereas next slide, now the proteins are the retractable genome. Proteins are the binding site for many drugs. So that otherwise you can say the protein is a trackable genome where the drugs can be able to combine with that. You know, for drug there should be two criteria. One is affinity, another one is intrinsic activity. So affinity is nothing but the ability of the drug molecule to combine with its corresponding receptor or corresponding enzyme. That's what we are studying in the molecular docking studies. Next one please. Now digibiotics. You know the terms antibiotic which are all obtained from the microorganism. Now what is meant by digibiotic? In the digital world, many number of antimicrobial compounds have been obtained by using these digital things. So now this is possible by means of design optimized molecules. After optimization of the molecule, improve the biological activity. The first thing is elucidate and characterize the structure and interventions. Then by doing these three steps, there may be possibilities of the discovery of newer and newer antibiotics. So now what is the use of discovering a new antibiotic? Is to avoid the development of resistance, because most of the antibiotics develop resistance. Next one please. Next. Next. So now, the drug discovery process started with I said molecular docking. There are some softwares for discovery of drugs. Now one of the most important software is a drug likeness tool, or is it called Trulito? Drug likeness tool. This software have been generated by the Department of Pharmacoinformatics by NIPER, Mahal, in Chandigarh. What we are going to do here, next one please, there will be number of filters in it. Now lastly, doubting number, so you have come here only to listen the lecture. So now, if you want to work with the Parkinson or dementia or Alzheimer's disease or any disease which is related with the CNS disorder, the first criteria is you should cross blood-brain barrier. If your test molecules are unable to cross blood-brain barrier, there is no point of checking it in animals. So for that, you use this particular software. This software is called drug likeness tool. Freely downloadable. Practice session is done in the computer. So you download the software and you enter your canonical structure, whatever the structure you have for your compound, you enter it and apply the Lipinski rule of 5. If you apply the Lipinski rule of 5, you can say whether the test compound can able to cross blood-brain barrier or not. So at a preliminary step, you are going to develop a drug for Parkinson. First you find out whether it crosses blood-brain barrier or not by using this software. If it can able to cross blood-brain barrier, then you can go for testing of drugs in animals. So this is called a drug likeness tool. Next one please. This is one more software called toxicity estimation software tool. Test, TEST, T.E.S.P, test software is nothing but toxicity estimation software tool, where if you load the structure of your compound, that shows possible toxicity of the tested compound. For example, the only drug which have nitrobenzene radical is chloramphenicol. Now you are studying medicinal chemistry. Chloramphenicol have nitrobenzene radical. Because of that nitrobenzene radical, it is highly toxic to the hemopoietic system. It produces bone marrow suppression. It produces various types of anemia. It is because only due to nitrobenzene radical. So like that, they have categorized, because of this functional group, there will be a side effect. There will be adverse drug reaction. So that program is available in test. It is by United States EPA. EPA is nothing but Environmental Protection Agency. So EPA has created this particular software to find out toxicity of our tested compound. Next one please. We have Protox software, Protox, the toxicity prediction. Next. So here, we have to enter your perfume name or canonical spike. So data bank வந்து perfume name இருக்கும், அந்த name கொண்டு வந்து அங்கே substitute பண்ணிட்டு canonical structure C dash அந்த மாதிரி போட்டிங்கன்னா போட்டு you have to click the toxicity. இந்த பக்கம் லெஃப்ட் ஹேண்ட் சைடில் வந்து நிறைய டாக்ஸிசிட்டி இருக்கு. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், திஸ் இஸ் தி ஸ்ட்ரக்சர் ஆஃப் tamoxifen. So if you put tamoxifen, if you put organ toxicity studies, then that shows it is toxic to the bone marrow, it is toxic to the kidney, etc. The result will come. So this software is called the toxicity prediction software, ProTox 2. Next one please. So ChemTox. Depending upon the chemical nature, the toxicity will be predicted. This is another software which is developed. Next one please. Software for toxicology. Group of softwares are available for toxicology prediction. Next one please. Now the most important software is Simulation Plus, where you can see the admit properties, absorption, distribution, metabolism, elimination and toxicity. If you know the structure of your new molecule, we can able to predict the pharmacokinetic properties of the test drug along with the toxicity. This software is called ADMET simulation software. Next one please. We have GastroPlus. GastroPlus, NSAID produces gastric intolerance. We know that NSAID produces gastric intolerance. Suppose if you want to say whether your test drug can able to produce gastric intolerance, just you load it. The software will say whether it is toxic to the gastric system or not. Last to know, DVSIM, drug-induced liver injury, DV, drug-induced liver injuries, DVSIM. This is again one software. All anti-tubercular drugs produces toxic to the liver, hepatotoxic. All anti-tubercular drugs produces hepatotoxic reaction. So there is a resemblance of structure with the liver. Paracetamol, paraminophenol, N-acetyl, parabenzoquinoamide. Metabolism N-acetyl, parabenzoquinoamide. The toxicity of paracetamol. INH toxicity, N-acetyl hydrazine. Rifampicin acetylation. So, எந்த ட்ரக் அசிலேஷன்ல மெட்டபாலிசம் ஆகுதோ அந்த ட்ரக்ஸுக்கு வந்து லிவர் டாக்ஸிசிட்டி அதிகம். அதெல்லாம் கவனிக்கணும். எந்த ட்ரக்ஸ் அசிலேஷன் ரியாக்ஷன்ல மெட்டபாலைஸ் ஆகுதோ அதுக்கு லிவர் டாக்ஸிசிட்டி அதிகமாக இருக்கும். ஹைட்ரலாசின். Right? So these have been put in a software to find out whether your test drug is toxic to the liver or not. Next one please. Now this is this is most important slide. You can see once minoxidil was discovered as an antihypertensive. Minoxidil as an antihypertensive, right? Because it is a vasodilator. What happens when minoxidil was used for antihypertensive effect? Some of the female noticed that the growth of hair in their body, that is called hirsutism. Hirsutism is nothing but growth of hair in female body. Hirsutism is the terminology used for growth of hair in female body. Okay. Now, minoxidil was used as an antihypertensive drug and they have found that growth of hair in female body. The Torrent company for the Torrent pharmaceuticals. The minoxidil has been used for the treatment of alopecia because it increases the growth of hair. Minoxidil increases the growth of hair in female body. Now it is a drug of choice for the treatment of alopecia by the Torrent company. This is repurposed. Another drugs you might have seen in the net. Viagra is a sexual stimulant. Viagra is a sexual stimulant. It is nothing but sildenafil citrate. It is a sexual stimulant used for the treatment of erectile dysfunction. Because of obese individual or diabetic individual, they have the problem of erectile dysfunction. They are unable to satisfy their female partner. What happened when the sildenafil was given as an antihypertensive drug? They noticed that increased blood flow to the male sex organ. It is an antihypertensive drug. One of the mechanisms of antihypertensive activity is vasodilation. If you dilate your blood vessel, automatically you can feel the hypertension. So what happens when the sildenafil was given for the treatment of hypertension? They noticed that there will be influx of more amount of blood into the male sex organ, so that the treatment is for erectile dysfunction. Sildenafil become a treatment for erectile dysfunction because of the repurposing mechanism. So this is called the repurposing of drugs. I said aspirin for the treatment of prophylaxis of myocardial infarction. Various calcium channel blockers are given. Almost in, if you see the pathophysiology of various diseases, there will be involvement of calcium 2 plus ions. We take any disorder, there will be involvement of calcium 2 plus ions. So most of the calcium channel blockers have been utilized, can be utilized for the treatment of various diseases. That is called the repurposing of drugs that can be done by various mechanisms. Thalidomide, pathway 1 thalidomide. Without thalidomide or any no pharmacology lecture will end. Thalidomide tragedy, it was said thalidomide tragedy during 1960s. Thalidomide is a drug of choice for the treatment of morning sickness. In the early morning, pregnant woman in early pregnancy, especially during the first trimester of pregnancy, they will be having the morning sickness. To treat the morning sickness, the thalidomide was given. Thalidomide is an anti-emetic. Actually, it is an anti-emetic. So, during the first trimester, it is called organogenesis, or most of the organs will develop for the fetus. It crosses the placental barrier and interfere with the growth of the fetus. That is called malformation in growing fetus, called the teratogenic diseases. It was happened during 1960s. Now thalidomide is completely banned for the treatment of morning sickness. Instead of that, it is used for the treatment of multiple myeloma. Thalidomide is used for the treatment of multiple myeloma, not as a morning sickness. So like that, there is a drug, codeine phosphate. The codeine phosphate is an antitussive. Alright. If you take codeine phosphate, that produces constipation, so that it can be used for the treatment of traveler's diarrhea. Suppose if you want to travel in a bus for a very long time, next day morning, definitely you will have the mechanism of defecation. To suppress the defecation mechanism, to avoid the defecation process, day before, you have to take codeine phosphate clean test. If you take codeine phosphate clean test, definitely next day there won't be any defecation, at least up to 10 o'clock. So this is called the repurposing. This is called the repurposing of drugs. Next one, please. And now, drug repurposing approach to fight COVID-19. I said there are 3 important proteins, Here, Sastha protein, one is called ACE2, another one is glycoprotein, spike glycoprotein, the third one is RNA dependent, RNA polymerase. So by targeting these 3, most of the drugs called, Remdesivir, Favipiravir, Ribavirin, Roquenorvir, Ritonavir, all these drugs have been marketed before 2019 for the treatment of various viral disorders. All these drugs now have been used for the treatment of COVID-19. That concept is called the repurposing of drugs. Next one, please. Next. Now, I would like to show how the repurposing of drugs have been done for the treatment of coronavirus, COVID-19. So before going to this drugs used in the treatment of COVID-19, I would like to show the pathophysiology of the COVID-19. Here you can see the structure of the coronavirus SARS-CoV-2. The first step is attachment. The attachment in cells, there are a number of receptors in the host cell. The host cell is our respiratory tract, because coronavirus it attacks the upper respiratory tract. So there is a receptor called ACE2 or transmembrane protein series 2 receptor, TM+2 receptors. So what happens? The coronavirus attacks with this receptor. The stage is called the attachment. After attachment, there will be penetration. Where the penetration in sense, the virus is entered into the host cell. Right. The next step is decoding. Decoding is nothing but release of genome. The release of genome means, in case of the coronavirus, the genome is RNA. Right. So now, on that, the released genome will be incorporated in host genome. That is, number DNA will incorporate RNA. Number DNA means respiratory tract cellular DNA will incorporate RNA. That is called incorporation stage. Next incorporation, integration. integration, then reverse transcription, then translation, accumulation of the protein, synthesis of protein, finally assembly and release. This is the pathophysiology of coronavirus. Now next one please. Now we come here. The first step is attachment of coronavirus with the transmembrane protein serine 2 receptor and ACE2 receptors. Now chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine have been used for the treatment of malaria is tried over the COVID-19 because the first step, attachment step itself is inhibited by the chloroquine. The next receptor is transmembrane protease serine 2 receptor. So attachment of coronavirus with this cell receptor can be inhibited with napomostate and camostrate. Napomostate and camostrate. These are all drugs used for the treatment of cancer. So these drugs have been existing earlier. Now we are utilizing. That is called the innovations in the drug discovery process. Now, see here, endocytosis, influx of the cell, influx of the virus into the cell. Now, after endocytosis, there will be decoding. Decoding by endosomal acidification. A lot of questions have been asked. What is the role of chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine in antiviral activity? Now, for release of genome, the endosome has to be acidified. For release of genome, the endosome has to be acidified. Hydroxychloroquine is the base. Chloroquine is the base. Hydroxychloroquine is the base. So, if you give the base, the endosomal acidification will get inhibited so that there won't be release of genome at all. This is the mechanism behind the use of chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine for the treatment of COVID-19. And we can ask, any base can be used for the treatment of COVID-19? No. Because it says sodium hydroxide is a base. Can be used? No, it cannot be used. So the drug should have the specificity over this particular virus. So chloroquine is having the specificity to attach with this. And after that, there are proteins, protease enzyme, chymotrypsin-like protease and papain-like protease. Two enzymes. One is called chymotrypsin-like protease, another one is called papain-like protease. So these enzymes can be inhibited by lopinavir, ritonavir and disulfiram. Disulfiram is the drug of choice for alcoholic de-addiction. There are two drugs for alcoholic de-addiction. One is called antabuse, another one is called disulfiram. Disulfiram, by inhibiting the aldehyde dehydrogenase, there will be accumulation of the acetaldehyde in our body, so that even the person takes little quantity of alcohol, there will be profound emaciation. So disulfiram is the drug of choice for the alcoholic de-addiction. Now it is used for the treatment of coronavirus. This is a mechanism of papain-like protease. It inhibits papain-like protease. The next is RNA-dependent RNA polymerase. I said you have been standing in a queue. We stood in a queue to get the remdesivir once upon a time, maybe 1.5 years back. We have been standing in a queue to get the remdesivir. So remdesivir and favipiravir inhibits RNA-dependent RNA polymerase. Remdesivir and favipiravir is RNA-dependent RNA polymerase inhibitors used for the treatment of COVID-19. Next one, please. Next, you know, there will be release of newly formed genome, newly formed virus. This is called budding and release. All the COVID-19 patients is not admitted in the hospital, and all the COVID-19 patients not require the oxygen bed. So what is the reason? The reason is cytokine storm. If there is cytokine storm, release of cytokines as an inflammatory mediator, definitely there will be reduction in the oxygen level, so we require the oxygen filter. That is the mechanism, right? Now, there will be release of genome. The release of genome can be combined with the antigen presenting cell. So, the combination of the newly formed virus with the antigen presenting gene can be inhibited by interferon beta. Interferon beta is the drug of choice for the cytokine storm. The death due to COVID-19 is only due to cytokine storm. You know, when the cytokine storm, there will be release of cytokines, that cytokines will interfere with the interleukin 6 receptors. Interleukin 6 receptor, that leads to inflammation. So there will be difficulty in breathing, the patient will die. This is the mechanism where we require oxygen bed. Now, the combination of this interleukin 6, the cytokines with interleukin 6 can be inhibited by drugs like adalimumab and tocilizumab. I said sumab means is a monoclonal antibodies. Sumab means monoclonal antibodies. So many number of monoclonal antibodies have been utilized for the treatment of COVID-19. Next one please. Next. So now you can see favipiravir. What is the utility of favipiravir in COVID-19? Favipiravir is effective, whatever may be the remdesivir or favipiravir is effective only in early stages of the COVID-19, not with the later stage. Because in later stages there will be cytokine storm. In presence of the cytokine storm, no antiviral drugs will be effective. We have to go for corticosteroids or other monoclonal antibodies. Next one please. Now this is drugs with favipiravir. It has been utilized for the treatment of another pandemic. The pandemic was in Japan, influenza virus. It has been used for the treatment of one more pandemic, that is influenza viral infection in Japan. And this is the only drug which is available in the form of oral dosage form. All other drugs are available as a parenteral preparation, but this is the only drug available in the form of oral dosage form. Next one please. This is the next one. Favipiravir mechanism. Next one please. Next. Okay. I said, what is the use of chloroquine for the treatment of COVID-19? You can see here, when the virus is combined with AC2 receptor, the entry takes place. After entry, there will be endosomal acidification for the release of genome. The genome means mRNA is released in the bottom. Okay, now we are giving hydroxychloroquine. Hydroxychloroquine is the base so that it prevents the endosomal acidification. Next one please. Right. Now hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin. Students all are counting the drugs in thrown in the azithromycin, oxythromycin, erythromycin. That is used for throat infection. It's called the macrolide antibiotics. Mycin aminoglycoside antibiotic, that is different. Streptomycin, kanamycin, etc. And mycin center of the throat THRO. It is for throat infection also. Erythromycin, azithromycin, oxythromycin, erythromycin. So these are drugs for respiratory tract infection. Hydroxychloroquine is for the treatment of malaria. Now I will give the abstract of this. When hydroxychloroquine is combined with azithromycin or oxythromycin, there will be reduction in the chances of the severity of the COVID-19. This has been proved clinically in hospital. This is in the that hospital name I have given, the Marchile hospitals. Combined administration of and macrolide antibiotics with hydroxychloroquine are more effective and compared with hydroxychloroquine alone. Another purpose there is no new drugs for COVID-19. Whatever drugs which have been used for the treatment of COVID-19 were existing already. So that concept is called repurposing of drugs. Next one please, just I will be using because R is waiting. Now we are continuing. Next, I go of AC inhibitors in COVID-19. Now this is counting now. AC inhibitor allam period la mudiyum. AC inhibitor allam period la mudiyum. Captopril, enalapril, ramipril, perindopril. Period la mudiyadna adi AC inhibitor. Drugs alla anti-hypertensive drugs. Number question anti-hypertensive drugs நம்ம எப்படி corona virus use பண்ண போறோம். Next one please. Now you can see here angiotensin 1 is converted into angiotensin 2 with the help of an enzyme called the ACE, angiotensin converting enzyme. Okay. Now this angiotensin 2 is converted into other metabolite angiotensin 2 and angiotensin 1 to 7. Now the drugs we are giving, when ACE two inhibitors, when you give SARS-CoV that combined with ACE2, then automatically the angiotensin 2 will not be converted into angiotensin 1 to 7. This is the mechanism by which the ACE inhibitors are utilized for the treatment of COVID-19. Next one, please. Right. Selective estrogen receptor modulators in COVID-19. I said fertile women are highly prone for the development of fibroids in uterus, cyst in ovaries, and also breast carcinoma. This is due to the estrogen receptor. Now, there may be chances of utilization of the estrogen receptor modulators for the treatment of COVID-19. Next one, please. You can see here. You can see the SARS-CoV-2 combined with the host target protein. SARS-CoV-2 is combined with the host target protein that can be inhibited by the selective estrogen receptor modulator. Selective estrogen receptor modulator, so that there will be no release of interleukin 6, and there is no release of interleukin 6, and there won't be any cytokine storm. I said earlier, cytokine storm is the reason for lethality in COVID-19. Now, there may be chances of utilization of the tamoxifen as an estrogen antagonist, or trastuzumab, I said monoclonal antibody for the treatment of COVID-19. Next one, please. Right, now aspirin. I know aspirin as an non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs are used for the treatment of myocardial infarction, 60 milligram of aspirin. I said an apple per day keeps the doctors away. Now the concept is an aspirin per day keeps all the cardiovascular complications away. 60 to 75 milligram of aspirin. If you take daily, who has to take? Or highly prone for the development of myocardial infarction has to take aspirin 75 milligram daily. And that prevents aggregation of the platelets. Now you can see aspirin can be used for the treatment of digestive cancer. Very simple drugs. 130 years old. 130 years old. ரொம்ப வயசானவர் மருந்து. Now they are trying for the treatment of digestive cancer. You take nitroglycerin. I said drugs for angina pectoris. Nitroglycerin can be used for the treatment of lung cancer. Now the prosper is nothing but beta blockers. All beta blockers can be utilized for the treatment of the digestive cancer. All beta blockers can be utilized for the treatment of digestive cancer. It is under progress, under study. This concept is called the repurposing strategy. Next one, please. Okay, now next. Now you see major drugs are ineffective. Why? You can see. Number classification படிக்கிறோம். Antihypertensive drugs படிக்கிறோம். You take any books, antihypertensive classification. There will be 12 subtypes of antihypertensive drugs: beta blocker, alpha blocker, ACE inhibitors, angiotensin receptor antagonist, centrally acting antihypertensive drugs. Okay. Now the fresh patient is approaching a physician, and physician has to give the drug. First he has to select which groups he has to give. Whether he has to give calcium channel blocker, or he has to give beta blocker, or he has to give angiotensin receptor antagonist, and he has to decide. Suppose if we have decided to give calcium channel blocker, whether it has to be given verapamil, or diltiazem, or benidipine, or lacetifine, felodipine, amlodipine, nicardipine, nitrodipine. That is another thing. This is the selection of drugs by the physician. That is called the P drug or principal drug. That is called the physician opted drugs. Now, even after this all selection for ACE inhibitors are effective only in 10 to 30% of the anti-hypertensive people. ACE inhibitors. Beta blockers are effective only in 15 to 25% of the people. Because the pathophysiology of the disease is different from individual to individual. That's what I said, that this is the drug discovery process should start with pathophysiological approach. The next one, please. So all these can be overcome by means of the genomics. Now what we will do? Give the right drug for right dose, right patient, and right time. Now the confusion, what is mean the right dose? We know selection of the dose. The Second is right patient. Right patient in sense based on the pathophysiology. Third one is the right time. At what time you have to give the drug? At what time you have to give the drugs? Now you know, if doctor says 001, we can say 1 can be given at the night. Suppose if it is 0, 1, 0, the drug has to be given in the after lunch. 100 means after breakfast. Okay. Now you can say simply once a day. And when you will take medicine, once a day. Doctor has given, take once a day. When it has to be given. That is called the chronopharmacology. Circadian rhythm. 72 beats per minute is a circadian rhythm. 72 beats per minute is a circadian rhythm. 12 to 16 the speed rate is a circadian rhythm. 24 hours, 12 hours light and 12 hours dark is a circadian rhythm. And a menstruation cycle, 28 days is a circadian rhythm. All the circadian rhythms. The growth hormone secretion will be there only in sleep. There will be more and more release of growth hormone during the sleep. The chances of myocardial infarction will be there in the early morning. The chances of myocardial infarction will be more early in the morning. The chances of rheumatoid arthritis pain and inflammation will be more early in the morning. And synthesis of cholesterol will be there in the night. So that hypolipidemic drugs has to be taken in the night. Anti-inflammatory drugs has to be taken in the night. The prevention of myocardial infarction, the drugs has to be taken in the night. This is called the chronopharmacology, and here it is called the right time. Okay, and this will be my last slide. Next one, please. Now, what you have to do? If the gene is missing or defective, what your gene is missing, you replace it. That's all. So we replace the protein. If it is defective, you repair it. Either you replace it or you repair it. That is the mechanism of action. Now, the gene is overexpressed. Inhibit the overexpression of the gene. That's our trastuzumab for the treatment of breast carcinoma. Now, I said finally the DNA sequence of all human beings is 99.9% identical, but only the difference is 0.1%. That makes 3 million separate spelling differences among us. That's what I am not similar to that of you. So it all depends upon the individual. That concept is called individualized medicine. With this I am concluding my lecture. If you have any doubt, you can ask, please. Any doubt you can ask, please. Okay. And also I would like to thank the principal and organizing committee members for giving me this wonderful opportunity. My special thanks goes to Varadajan sir, because I am also an alumni of SMC. Okay, thank you. Thank you for patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your deep knowledge about the recent science in drug development. It will be a great pleasure for us to listen to you again in our future events.
Pharmacy Graduate Association, National Alliance of Pharmaceutical Manufacturer Association, EC member of India Drug Manufacturer Association. Once again, I would like to welcome Mr. Vardarajan sir for this seminar. Thank you, sir.
Felicitation of the guest. Now, I would like to request our beloved principal sir to honor our chief guest speaker, Mr. Vardarajan sir, with the shawl and memento. Students, kindly give a big round of applause.
Sir, front la sir. Path. Sir, one sir. Bounce பண்ணுங்க.
Students, those who are participating in oral and e-poster presentation kindly report to the pharmacy block, 3rd floor, AV hall. For guidance, the organization committee will be there to help you. The remaining can be seated here for the seminar.
Students, oral presentation and e-poster participate பண்றவங்க SSPC AV hall போங்க.
தாய்க்கும் என்னை இங்கு நிறுத்திய தமிழ் தாய்க்கும் வாழ்த்துக்களை சொல்லி என்னை இங்கு அழைத்தமைக்காக சாஸ்திரா காலேஜ் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டிற்கும் மற்றும் அனைத்து ஊழியர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய பரிவான வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு நான் என்னுடைய உரையை தொடங்குகிறேன். I was informed that it is a seminar of scientific session wherein Dr. Goldmini almost 1 year portion of pharmacology he has taken in a matter of 1 hour, I can say, with lot of slides, programs and annotations, references. So this clearly shows the technology development of our pharmacy.
Students, kindly maintain silence.
It shows our pharmacy science development because nowadays teachers are all on the rank of doctorates and mostly research oriented people. So the delivery of the subject, I can very well find out the difference between what was taken before. But still, my professor had the little resource. It is a matter of, because only 2 medical colleges were available with pharmacy education. Whereas I don't know whether you are having the statistics. Today we have 2 pharmacy colleges attached to medical college, government medical college, and 84 private colleges are there. And throughout India, 3,500 colleges are around there. So you can think of our science development, especially in this education system. So we should also upgrade our, because earlier when my professor teaches me pharmaceutics, he will be having only a small hopper wherein he will take out, he will show how the powder will be put, then how. So this is what, with his capacity, with his experience, he has to put the knowledge into my brain. But today, you see, when the references were given, it was mostly in 2
some products are in 3-dimensional. So, this is all about science. When I asked madam what is my subject, she told me it is only a general topic, what it should be useful for our pharmacy people. This is what I have been told to speak about. So I will not be taking, students please come forward. I will not be teaching anything. I will not be touching any subject. I will not be telling anything about pharmacology, pharmacognosy, anything. It is all about our general, because today from my period to your period, the competition is very high. For your information, I am telling, 1982, it was October 1982, whole of Tamil Nadu, only 2 pharmacy graduates got out of Madras Medical College. Only 2. Why? Because in Madurai Medical College, they had a strike for Tamil Neelam, so the attendance was not sufficient. They were debarred from appearing for examination. Only Madras Medical College Pharmacy section, and now it is called Madras Pharmacy College. We had only 2 people. One is standing before you, other person is actually had gone to Libya. So the only person with nearly 500, 700 companies in and around Tamil Nadu, you can see what would be my chance. But today I have already told you, 86 colleges into around 100 people, 100. So every year we are getting some around 8,000 graduates, and nearly for 20 years. And I am also the Vice President of Indian Pharmacy Graduate Association, where already we have statistics that nearly 55,000 graduates are the pharmacy graduates. So, getting into that stream and getting a good job, it is not going to be as easy as before. So, you please concentrate, and I know as a senior, very super senior, I know most of you in the +2 would have aimed for only MBBS. Not excluding one, I can say, everybody would have experience and wanted to become an MBBS student only. But somehow or other, something went wrong. We have landed up with a little, because I missed the MBBS by just 3 months. Up to 450 aggregate it was selected. I had only 447. So I am also in the same boat. But my assurance to you is, don't think what was pharmacy 20 years before, 30 years before. Today, please, our government is will be told, for COVID, who has reacted? Who brought in chloroquine? Who brought in remdesivir? All from our pharmacology research-oriented people only. So, you please forget the old dream. From this moment, 1:10 p.m., you just start thinking, our profession is the best profession to serve the society. Please, you have it in mind. Because I am not telling the other professions have come down or something like that, but our profession has upgraded in the past 2-3 decades so much time. See, I will tell you, when I was a child, we have to go to a doctor, you have a stethoscope, you just examine, he cannot diagnose most of the cases. He gives, there will be a table like this, the pharmacist will be having 2 or 3 colorful liquid. So you have to take bottles with you. From the house, you have to take bottles with you. He will give, this blue is for night, orange drink morning you take, like that it was given. The diagnosis was also very, very superficial, only at top. That's all. Now today, we are able to do what is the problem in the throat, what is the problem in the stomach. Endoscopy is there. So that job has become, and you know the research is there, they are going to place the patient, and if they rotate left and right, they can diagnose and see to that the entire parts of the body, they can diagnose what they want. So doctors' work has become so easy. So still they have to study. They have to study every system. This is very tough only. But identification, what does our CT scan is doing? Sir, 7th rib, 4th position, 3 inches. And my heart, it is telling, it is so big, this one, the measurement is there, outflow is there, it is in your echocardium. So their job has become very easy, whereas pharmacist's job has become very tough. Please have it in mind. Now your position is becoming day by day tough because new diseases are coming. COVID is same, malaria is also same. But COVID is very dangerous in the mortality rate. But whereas our responsibility, what was given for malaria, I cannot give to remdesivir. So we have to go, work out. You understand? So the responsibility of the pharmacy education has increased manyfold. So reading the 1975, 1980 books will not work out. Please have it. Now the science has come, it has come in your doorstep. It is in your finger. You know, my son asked me, Daddy, he was about to go to America. He asked me, there is difference timing. Is there difference in timing in India? He asked me. We were traveling. Please understand, from Trichy, we were traveling in car. He asked me a good question. You are telling America is 24 hours behind. Then the same thing in India, is there any time difference? I said, no, from Delhi to direct to GMT is arrived. That's all, that we take it as Indian Standard Time. Within 2 minutes, he told me, no, Daddy, you are only half right. Because from Gujarat to Calcutta, there is a difference. But still, the Delhi is, that is what he is telling, you are half right. Delhi thing, we are taking it as the Indian Standard Time. Suppose I said 12:10, now it is 1:10. 1:10 in IST, it may not be in Gujarat. It will be delay in Bengal. But still, we assume the IST. You understand? But what the point I am trying to tell you is, how he is able to get the information within 2 minutes when we are traveling. You get my point? Same thing, we had one doubt in Madras Medical College. We did not get solution. Myself and my friend have to travel from taking a bus to Kanimera Library. You may not be aware, it's a British library. It is in Museum Theatre, Egmore. So we went inside. He was allowed, I was not allowed because my membership got expired. I didn't notice. Anyway, he said, okay, go. What is that? Then we have to go there, take the book, see whether the required information was there. But today it is not like that. Everything is in your fingertips. You can touch the Google, you can touch everything that I say. That example I am telling. So you have ample opportunity to gain knowledge. Don't think the knowledge is not required for our education. It is very much required. And what Sir was telling, so many information, even little bit I am not aware. What was, we are all aware that sildenafil citrate was given for only low blood pressure people to increase the blood pressure. But it has a side effect. You know, it was not the tablet, the same name it was given. It was some other name. When the purpose of the tablet was changed, they changed the name to Viagra. Because it is an American-based company. So they said Viagra is a free flow of blood, water. So it should also happen to us. So they said the name is Viagra. So many knowledgeable aspects we can get it. But still you focus. So this is what my small version about your subject building. But the purpose of my visiting is to tell people how to go about after the graduation. That is my subject today. Now you know, I need not teach you anything. Every day, almost 6 hours, 8 hours, they are teaching you, you are going to gain it. And even if you don't remember certain things, you can go to Google and get the knowledge. That part I am not coming. But my position is, okay, you are going to be a professor. So profession means you need dignity. You need some amount of, some qualities you should develop, which we are not doing nowadays. So please shell out. Now we are going to come out of the shell. No more student coverage you cannot take here afterwards. We are going in bike, 3 people will go. Sir, Sastha college students, go. Sir, helmet, sir, Sastha college students, go. But that coverage is going to be off maybe for 3rd year students in 1 year, final year students will be in months. So then how to do it? How to build up? How to characterize our, some few tips which you have to take it in your mind, and which is good for you because we were being taught like that. We have been taught, so that I am trying to tell you is one of the important things which normally nowadays we are not doing. We have to start our day early. This is difficult, I know, because you are, again the problem is your disturbances are in your hand. In a lift, if you see, 6 people are there. 6 people are standing in different direction and watching the mobile only. They don't even see the face. See, this is very painful. We are in the next door, my next door man doesn't see me at all. Instead comes to the lift, he only sees the mobile. I am also seeing the mobile. So this has become a bad habit. So similarly, you have to start the day early. For that, you should settle down early. So you just tilt your clock. If you are sleeping by 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock without any purpose, please, after becoming a professional, you have to adjust it. You are a student, okay, in the classroom you may sleep, but in your office room, if you sleep, then you are going to miss the bus. You are going to be pushed out. You will be delayed in getting the job. So please have some efficacy in having timing is very important. Once you start the day early, you can be punctual. See, 2 things. Once you start your day, you can be punctual to your timing. Don't go to office, sir, 9:10, sir, please allow me, sir. Which is, as a pharmacy profession, I don't want anyone to do it, not even 1%. Because ours is even you go to quality control, you go to manufacturing, you go to marketing, everywhere, the reporting time will be there. So if you are not tuned to that, it will be very difficult for you to carry out the profession. Okay. So similarly, you will be facing competition. Important thing is, please, all this time you are all students. You may have so many things you share, he will be sharing, but in society, please understand, elder people can suggest you, they are also experiencing, competition will build up. So then you may not be able to identify the competition also. I will tell you one small story for that. Maybe you must have heard already. 2 friends were going in jungle. Suddenly one cheetah came. Then these people saw what to do. We cannot hide behind the trees and our cheetah will catch. So they started running. Once they started running, cheetah also started chasing them. After running for some time, one fellow removed the shoes. Then this fellow complained, started scolding him, "You're a fool. You are removing the shoes. Can you think you can run faster than cheetah if you remove your shoes?" Then this person told, "I know, friend. If I remove my shoes, I cannot run faster than cheetah, but I can run faster than you. One step than you. So what will happen? Cheetah will catch you. I will get escape." So these type of competitive people will be surrounded with you. You understand? So, okay, you are going for a job. There will be competition. How to win it? You have to plan. So these are some things we are going to face in the society. You understand? Similarly, next to your mobile, there are lot of unwanted habits are floated in the market. Please be bold enough to say no. I am especially telling this for our male students. Why? Because they are more succumb to this. One person is smoking cigarette, he will also start doing, because our heroes have only taught that. They didn't tell anything good. If they say good, the movie will not run. So that is their problem. But our problem is, you please be like a swan. You know swan? How he takes the milk and he releases the water. So please, when you are entering the society life, please be bold enough to say no. Not only yes. See what our corona taught us. What our corona taught us. Our teacher says, you be positive. But in corona, you should be negative. So both are coming. You social apparel. We will tell social apparel. Here they are telling social distance. So corona has taught anything can happen. Everywhere throughout the world they said be positive, but in corona you cannot be positive. Similarly, you have to maintain distance. Social distance. Both are contradictory words, but still it is used. So similarly, it is not the same thing will continue. So, but our habits should be in a position, we should support our life with our own lifestyle. You understand? Similarly, you will be meeting lot of people. This is one important thing I wanted to tell everybody. Please do not estimate anyone by their appearance. You will be a failure in most of the cases. Don't think he is looking tall, he seems to be good. No, he may be bad. But then, when you are associating with anybody, you should have your own estimation. Otherwise, you know, one old story I can tell. You know, Oxford University, the Vice Chancellor was a very powerful man. Powerful man means because a lot of people will be coming for education. He has to attend so many people. That time, an old lady and old man, they came there. They said they want to meet the Vice Chancellor. That is the president of the university. They said nothing doing, he is very busy, please get out. The PA told. Then they were waiting from morning 11 o'clock to up to lunch hour. Then the Chancellor came out. Madam, anybody waiting for me? This lady with little hesitance, sir, two people are waiting. Very old people, seem to be some poor people. What to do, sir? Okay, waiting now 2 minutes, you said. So these two people went inside. What happened? They started telling, sir, this is Oxford University. Our son, Stanford, he studied here. He died in an accident. So we want to, he's the only son. So we want to put our wealth and construct one building for him. You know, the Chancellor is in very top position. He said, hey, very fools, get out, you're wasting time. This compound is a university, not cemetery. Why you want to build building? See, if you have the positive, you should have asked them, because building, getting a building for a university is a valuable one. But see the reverse of it, the Chancellor had a negative thought. He said, I cannot allow some building. What is this nonsense? I will get out. Then he told, you know how much to construct one university it will cost? 50,000 pounds. Then the old man and lady said, only 50,000 pounds. Okay, we will construct one university. They went outside. They constructed one university called Stanford University. Still it is there. Now it is more than Oxford University. So, I don't want you people to be the Chancellor. You should not hurt anybody. You should estimate. You should see. So this will be very successful. And be positive with everybody. You understand? So when you are starting your day early, you are reaching, the punctuality is there, then your services are 9 to 6 you are performing well and your thoughts are clear, then success will be the only result you will get. You understand? So these are the things I request you to follow and come up in life. And I am once again telling, please treat this pharmacy education as your life, because you are going to serve the society, not only your family, you are going to serve the society. I wish everyone here to have more laurels and get the science developed from your area and should be a service to the society. And we should all be happy of having you as a pharmacy graduate. And now, for the past 2 years, our Indian Pharmacy Graduate Association is actively doing. Please enroll yourself, get lot of benefits. I think first and second year students, after second year, I think they are conducting GPAT exams freely for members, so that you can try to get it. Get yourself more knowledgeable. Don't waste time. Our profession is fast developing, and if you are very slow, you will be missing the bus. You understand? So I wish everyone all the best and more laurels to come in your life. And I thank Sastha College for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for talking and guiding us about the career opportunities in pharmacy. Now it's time for the lunch break. I would like to request all our guests to move towards downstairs for the lunch. We will resume this seminar again after 2 p.m. Thank you. Kindly maintain cleanliness across the campus by using the dustbins provided.
Back and move to the lunch. If you give your tokens before you get the lunch.
had graduated with BSc Interior Designing and Psychology and Diploma in Multimedia and Graphical Technologies from Avinashilingam University of Women. Postgraduated with MPhil Clinical Psychology at Sree University, has completed her Diploma in Cognitive Behavior Therapy from Stonebridge Associated College, UK, Doctorate in Clinical Psychology from Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore. She has got a decade of teaching experience and practicing clinical psychology. She is extensively working with children and adults and addressing behavioral concerns and behavioral management. She is a part of Indian Association of School Psychology, working closely with children having difficulties in school and home alongside temperamental issues. Have published articles in national and international journals. She has given invited lectures and workshops in schools and institutes for psychological awareness, knowledge and preventive care in psychology. Founder for Sensory Relax. She is working on AI-based understanding and intervention connecting body and mind. It is always said, when you focus on problems, you will have more problems. When you focus on possibilities, you will have more opportunities. Hope your talk will enlighten us with more possibilities to get more opportunities. Thank you. Stage is yours.
Felicitation. Now I request Dr. X. Fatima Prisma to honor our guest speaker with his shawl and memento. Kindly give a big round of applause, students.
Among themselves. Yes? Post lunch, a good lunch, raining outside, weather outside is better than the weather inside. Yes? A very long day, and I'm the closer. Not a good place to be. Very unlucky about it. Okay, so could you guys give me a few minutes of your time? Yes? Wake up. No? Okay, so basically, we're just going to talk about us, you, today. A lot has happened in the last 3 years. Has changed everything. Especially the murmuring still continues. Let's make a deal. You start murmuring, I'll stop talking, we stay here longer. It's as simple as that. Yes? No? Can I start? So it'd be nice if all of you cooperate. Okay, I promise not to bore you. So let's start with the usual thing that I start. Who's changing the slides? Yeah. Cause and effect. So today morning's cause is that you are exhausted. The effect is that you tend to murmur among yourselves. Yes? I know it's exhausting. It's almost a full day. But this is what we all do, don't we? There's no blame here. You go home, mother says something, you do something, and then that reverts to another cause effect, cause effect, cause effect. Every part of behavior that we today is because of cause and effect. So why do we do this cause and effect? I'm sticking to my promise of stopping to talk if of you guys contribute to PHARMA? See, I'm a behaviorist. I'm used to staying silent for 30 minutes without any reaction. Do you have that capacity in you? Shall I continue? Right. So cause and effect, we usually do it because we have... Is somebody going to change slides or do I have to... Alright. Because we have two things in our life. The very first is we need to survive. So we need people around us, we need things around us, we need people to talk to, we need people to give us things. We need a lot of things in our life is about survivability, even the basic idea of food. You fight with your mom, she still gives you food, but then there's so much of argument that goes on there, right? So there is a point where you have to survive, either on the basic level or the higher level. Then you tend to use the cause and effect relationship. And every time you use the cause and effect relationship, and then you grow older, you have to come to a point where you have to adapt to your environment. Because sometimes it doesn't work, right? Not everybody will be mama who puts up with everything that you do. Yes? There will be people who do not understand what you're demanding. You want to make changes to what you demand. But in order for you to survive the world around you, you will have to adapt to the world around you. So most often the changes that we make every day is because we need to survive. The adaptations that we make every day is because we have to survive. The reason you're studying this particular course is because you have to adapt and survive, right? You need a future, you need a life after this, you need a career, you need to make money, you need to get a girlfriend, you need to start a family, so forth. So everything is about survival, adaptation, survival, adaptation. So moving forward, this is what happened in the last 3 years. Listening to your constant murmuring again. So what did COVID do? It created a chaos where balance became an issue. And more importantly, it became very difficult for you to focus on things. So when you came out of COVID back to college, things became a bit different than usual, didn't it? I can see nobody's very much involved, nobody's empathizing with the fact. But I'm pretty sure it was different, especially undergrads. Yes? The first chaos was when you had to go to the online mode, or when you don't come to college. It was all fun in the beginning, but then it got redundant. And then later as it followed, it was the idea of coming back to college that became chaotic. So post-COVID scenarios basically developed a lot of time at home, less time outside. So when there was a lot of time at home, everybody wants to be home even now, and nobody wants to be outside. If you want to be outside, you want to be constantly stimulated. You need a reason to be outside. So you start creating reasons to be outside. Unfortunately, some of those reasons are not okay by a lot of people's standards. So you get into trouble, you get somebody angry, your teachers go crazy, your parents go crazy. In the end, you yourself don't know what you're doing, right? But things get chaotic, and then get entertaining, and they get chaotic again, and then things settle down, and then you go for a new one again, and this cycle of chaos runs. But then there is a point where life has not stopped. You still have to graduate, you still have to find a job, you still have to go forward. So many things happen in that perspective. So, COVID has reset us a little bit, that's one. But according to me, COVID has not reset it. It has accelerated us. We were anyway going to be people dependent on machines, whether you like it or not. But having to make that dependency happen so fast made it difficult for our minds to adapt to it. And that's why we find it so difficult to emerge back into society. So, social networking has remarkably increased during COVID, yes? I know a bunch of children who basically prefer to communicate with their friends online rather than go out with them in a coffee or meet them in school or so forth, you know? or even college, or go out for a dinner and so forth. It just becomes so easy, right? Because so used to just calling up a friend or doing a video call or sharing something on Instagram, and that's it. That's the existence that comes. And when that doesn't happen, it's more depressing rather than going out and spending time and not being able to meet someone. So this is where social networking has increased, but it has also made us very dependent on it. Because, well, nobody's told you, but because the more major concern about social network is, you're still the person sitting alone in a room with a tablet or a phone. There's no one around you physically. You understand? Your friend sends you an emoji of, smiley face with hearts on it, expressing so much of love. Yeah, it sounds nice, but there's no hug. There's no one holding your hand. There's no actual affection, right? So social network, I'm not saying it's wrong, it's good. Because at that instant, at that moment, somebody is responding to you. That instant fact of gratification occurs. But the time, how long that gratification lasts, is so short. Because you're still alone in a room, sitting with a phone or a tablet, or a bit of a computer. Either way works, right? But then you go out and you tell your friend your sad story and so forth. And then you go with a different language, oh, it's fine, it's cool, you get out there, you enjoy. That has a lasting effect because when you go home, you have that sensation with you that effect has apprised you in a lot of ways. Now, why I'm citing this particular example is because today's youth is very intelligent. They just don't guarantee it. They don't value it. I wouldn't say they don't value it, they don't realize it. And COVID unfortunately made it such that you don't know your own capacity, Because you're sitting in front of a computer, everything looks easy, and then at a point, this is what everybody is doing. There's an easy way out, right? But then what's more? And then nobody tells you what's more. Because that's all that's there on the screen. And then when you come back, it's all confusion. Like what is happening? How do I express something that's trendy? How do I do something that's there? How do I understand what the teacher actually is expecting from me? How do I know what my friends are doing? How do I relate, share? Everything is different. But if it's become a phone right now and you do it, you can do it. You can do it in a fraction of seconds. But then actually relating and talking becomes very difficult. So let me tell you something, not to scare you, but something has actually happened in the last 3 years to our minds, which we can always come out from. Given that you're youth, you're more flexible. Your brains are still malleable for you to come out from the process. So this is what has happened. Of course, I know I'm put a picture of the brain and so forth. So isolation, I'm not talking about intellectual isolation. Because today we have Google God, we have Twitter, we have Instagram. It's all full of information, YouTube. Everything is full of information. So intellectual isolation doesn't exist today. Because we're all Alright. Okay. Sorry. Today's world, we have YouTube, we have Instagram, we have Google, all of that. So we are we can open it up. Teacher Google right? The Google is the easiest way to answer. But now that is also isolation. Okay? When you cannot allow ஒருத்தவங்கள மூஞ்சி பார்த்து சிரிக்கிறது, அவங்க சிரிப்பு எப்படி இருக்குது, கண்ணை பார்த்து இன்னும் யோசிக்கிறாங்க. முன்னெல்லாம் குரூப்பா இருக்கும்போது என் ஃப்ரெண்ட் என்னை பத்தி யோசிக்கிறா, அவங்க ஃபேஸ் வச்சு தெரிஞ்சிடும். Right? You know that யார் நம்மள கேட்குறாங்க, யார் கேட்கல, யார் நமக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கொடுக்குறாங்க, யார் நமக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கொடுக்கல, எல்லாமே ஈஸியா தெரியும். when you face to face with someone. ஆனா இப்போ நம்ம டிவிலயோ மொபைல் ஃபோன்லயோ டேப்லெட்லயோ ஓபன் பண்ணும்போது we don't have. That means உங்களோட ஃப்ரெண்ட் எல்லாம் can be a little bit of fake to you. அதாவது அவங்களோட ஒரிஜினல் எமோஷன்ஸ் உங்களுக்கு அறியாம போகலாம். ஸோ அந்த விஷயங்கள் ஜாஸ்தியாக போகுது. ஸோ என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா when you are sitting at home, அதாவது வீட்டில் உட்காந்துட்டு உங்க ஃபோன் முன்னால இன்ஸ்டாகிராமோ ஏதோ யூஸ் பண்ணும்போது you are isolated. அதாவது யாருமே இல்லை. அதே டைம்ல உங்களுக்கு என்னெல்லாம் ரிப்ளை வருதோ, even though it's a happy sign, it's whatever it is, you have a doubt. Because your conception is your mind. அவங்க சீரியஸா கேட்டு சொல்றாங்களா, ப்ராப்ளமை புரிஞ்சுக்கிறாங்களா, தெரிஞ்சு சொல்றாங்களா, ரைட்?
ஐசோலேஷன், அதாவது உங்களோட ஐசோலேட்டட் ஃபீலிங் வந்து பெருசா இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகும். அது இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகும்போது என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா உங்களோட மூளையில கிட்ட சில பாடங்கள், தட் இஸ் எஸ்பெஷலி யுவர் parietal lobe, அதாவது நீங்க எக்ஸிக்யூட், அதாவது யுவர் மூவ்மெண்ட் ஃபேக்டர், அதோட சேர்ந்து உங்களோட எமோஷனல் ஃபேக்டர், அதாவது ஒரு சோஷியல் சிச்சுவேஷன்ல சோஷியல் ஸ்மைல், ரைட்? Can you go to the next slide please? Okay, so social media, does it create isolation? Unfortunately it does. Okay. Alright, I think there's a slide missing. We'll get back to that. Can you just go forward? Forward. Yeah. Okay. So basically, நீங்க சிரிக்கிறது. You don't know. How many of you basically are happy with how you smile? எத்தனை பேருக்கு வந்து நீங்களே நீங்க சிரிக்கிறது வந்து பார்த்திருக்கீங்க? Yes? பார்த்திருக்கீங்களா? Good. எத்தனை பேர் அதை appreciate பண்ணிருக்காங்க? Anybody? Because two sides, ரெண்டு பக்கமா இருக்கு. சில பேருக்கு வந்து சிரிக்கிற விஷயம் வந்து like just to have a social smile, அது வந்து awareness கிடையாது. Because if you know, அதாவது உங்களுக்கு வந்து உங்களோட social smile தெரிஞ்சா நீங்க வந்து இன்னொருத்தவங்களோட social smile வந்து recognize பண்ண முடியும். Understand? That starts a relationship. Boys also can listen. This is how you start a relationship with a girl also. If you know how your smile looks, you can appreciate the smile of the girl, and then you will smile. So that means you smile at each other. Okay? And somewhere you start having a relation. I'm not saying it will start as a big boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It will be a friendly relationship. You can talk. How many of you boys are finding it awkward to talk to girls? Yola kashtamā irukku? Yes? No? So everything starts with the idea. அதாவது ஒருத்தவங்களை recognize பண்றதுல தான் இருக்கு. See, this is the idea of respect also. You smile at someone, someone smiles at you. It's a very minute idea of respect. சரியா? So social smile comes from how much social exposure you have. அது வரும்போது சொன்னது இந்த parietal lobe and the emotional centers of the brain, it activates. It activates because smile is a motor functioning. Muscles use ஆகுது. So one part of the brain activate ஆகும்போது the emotional side activate ஆகுது. அது activate ஆகும்போது your brain is energized. You have confidence, right? You have more, how do you say, you're more assertive. எல்லார்கிட்டயும் வந்து பழகுறதுக்கு இது பண்றது ஈஸியா இருக்கும். People are more accepting. அதாவது மற்றவங்க வந்து உங்களை பார்க்கும்போது they find you attractive. It is not beauty that's attractive. It's body language that's attractive. நம்மளை எப்படி கண்டக்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறோம், how do we walk, how do we talk, how much underlying basal respect, அதாவது good morning ma'am, good afternoon, that's all gross respect, but respect that comes from our own actions, அதுதான் that parietal and your emotional center actually talks about, right? And that's what has become difficult because of COVID. Okay, so social smile, social awkwardness, or a group, even if you guys are friends for years, I'm pretty sure COVID முடிச்சிட்டு when you got together, you will be like, என்ன பண்றது, ஏது பண்றது, and then you're back to your phones. It's easier to do that, right? So social awkwardness also comes in. And then you have anxiety, we call social chills, அதாவது ஏதா இங்க இருக்கிறோம், but it's still familiar, right? So familiar இருந்தாலும் you feel uneasy over there. So all these factors are what all of you are facing today, and all of you are compensating by doing what? This is all you're facing. Internally, I know this is all you're facing. But how are you compensating for this? I hate to use the word aggression, but you're competing with each other, right? You're competing with each other over anger, distance, space, etc. Right? Possession. This is my place. I can only stand here. This is my things. This is my classroom. Enga area. Ulla varada. All of that. Yes? Yeah, see. It's fun. I don't discourage it. But then it has to come with reason. You just come up with some unwanted reason. அதாவது ஏதாவது ஒரு reason கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். கண்டுபிடிச்சு அந்த ஆக்ஷனை, it's because it creates excitation. இப்போ the parietal lobe of the emotion center வந்து
பண்ணும்போது brain என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னா you need to activate. அது activate பண்ணுது. That's what it tells. அது activate பண்ணுன்னு சொல்லும்போது you want to do something. So instead of doing all of this or rectifying all of this, you start doing something else. That is why it is very difficult to find fault in it. Because எப்பவுமே நம்ம தப்பு பண்ணும்போது ஒரு காரணம் இருக்கு. ஆமா இல்லையா? ஸோ நீங்க வந்து இந்த மாதிரி ரியாக்ஷன் பண்ணும்போது இது என்னடா காரணம் இருக்கு அப்படின்னு யோசிக்கும் போது it is not outside. There's no valid reason. ஒரு valid reason கிடையாது. It's inside. Okay. So make friends. Have more communication with people. That will itself help you a lot. Okay. We'll talk a little bit about all of that later. Go forward. I think somewhere. Go forward too. Forward. Go to the fourth slide. Okay. So I'm pretty sure you உட்கார்ந்திருக்கவங்க எல்லாருக்கும் இது these are things in your mind. Yes? ஆமாவா இல்லையா? Especially first years. எப்படியோ தட்டி தாவி 10ஆம் கிளாஸ் முடிச்சாச்சு, தாவி 11ஆம் கிளாஸ் முடிச்சாச்சு, 12ஆம் கிளாஸ் முடிச்சு இங்க வந்து உட்கார்ந்தாச்சு. உட்கார்ந்த பிறகு என்னடா நடக்குது? Yes? See, it's a lot of unfamiliarity. அது வந்து as a cost effect சொல்லலாம். First பேசினது மாதிரி. Okay? But then you have a lot of things happening. You have your idea. நம்மளால இது பண்ண முடியுமா, பண்ண முடியாதா? நம்ம grades வாங்குவோமா, வாங்க முடியாது. Grades வாங்குறது பாஸ் ஆகுமா, பாஸ் ஆக மாட்டோமா? பாஸ் ஆனா ஃப்ளூட்ல பாஸ் ஆகணுமா, இல்ல உண்மையா பாஸ் ஆகணுமா? இந்த பாஸ் ஃப்ளூட்ல பாஸ் ஆகி வந்ததுனால ஃபியூச்சர் எப்படி இருக்க போகுது? You know, all of that questions. அந்த கேள்வி எல்லாம் மைண்ட்ல ஓடிட்டு இருக்கும். எவ்வளவு வெளியே என்ஜாய் பண்ணாலும், எவ்வளவு வெளியே வந்து ஒரு show your greatness and everything, you still have it in your head. உங்க மைண்ட்ல இன்னும் அது வந்து ஒரு பகுதியில ஓடிட்டே இருக்கும். Of course, I put bullying also in there because I know one thing. COVID முடிஞ்சு வந்ததுல இருந்து that concept has increased. You know, the point is two ways. One, when the people bully others, people don't know they are bullying others. அதாவது மற்றவங்களுக்கு நம்ம கெடுத்து பண்றது கூட தெரியாம இருக்கும். Because நமக்கு வந்து it's an energy expression. Right? It's fun. We want something new. Right? It's something out of the house. It's something out of a computer screen. So, நிறைய விஷயங்கள்ல வந்து we don't realize. And when I say bullying, it does involve the concept of bragging. Right? It does involve verbal also. அதாவது பேச்சால பண்றது கூட bullying அடியில வரதான் செய்யும். So, அதுவும் வந்து நம்ம வந்து பாதுகாப்பா இருக்கணும். Plus மற்றவங்களுக்கு வந்து நம்ம தீங்கு பண்ணாம இருக்கணும். So, that is a concept that we do it. It's not that go back, check. பண்ணுமா பண்ணுவியான்னு இனி வந்து you may want to look into it because நிறைய டைம் வந்து we look at students, they don't know that that's what's happening because somewhere your social life in 10th, 11th, 12th is gone. You are high schoolers. Your high school life did not give you the difference. அங்கதான் இந்த difference வந்து கத்துக்க முடியும். But you are older now. All of you are definitely above the age of 17, 18, right? So you're practically an adult. So cautious, you need to take a step back and check that out. Am I being bullied? அதாவது இது எனக்கு நடக்குதா? நான் யாருக்காவது பண்றேனா? ரெண்டு வகையிலும் you have to be very carefully evaluating this process. Alright? So these are your biggest concerns and the biggest thing is assignments and exams. Online exam, online assignment, control S. I mean, Control C, Control V. Favorite button. I'm pretty sure everyone learned that, right? Yeah. So, those things cannot happen now. Yes? இப்பெல்லாம் கஷ்டம். Control C, Control V எல்லாம் exam paperல போட முடியாது. See, it's all a part of things. It's all part of where you are, comfort, அதெல்லாம். That's all in the past. But now that is the big struggle. But unfortunately, it's like relearning. அதாவது இந்த 3 வருஷம் என்னெல்லாம் விட்டு போட்டுரும் அதெல்லாம் வந்து we have to relearn. So yes, it's a bit difficult, but when you do it, it works. And you have a way to work it out towards the end. So probably நீங்க வீட்டுக்கு போய் அதெல்லாம் ட்ரை பண்ணி பார்க்கலாம். சரியா?
Okay, next one. Next slide, Shubha. Okay, this is also for the teachers in the crowd, not only for students. Okay, so this is basically how to get a very productive youth factor. You know, most teachers also struggle, most youths also struggle. I don't know whether you have a students club here or in your respective colleges where you can, you know, do all of this. So the idea here is maximally utilize your life as a youth, and especially post all of that you have experienced. உங்களோட inner self வந்து எவ்வளோ எக்ஸ்பேண்ட் பண்ணலாம், உங்க knowledge எப்படி எக்ஸ்பேண்ட் பண்ணலாம், உங்களோட செல்ஃப் எஸ்டீம் எப்படி எக்ஸ்பேண்ட் பண்ணலாம், என்னென்ன ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் டெவலப் பண்ணலாம், அதெல்லாம் வந்து சேர்த்து போடுறது தான் this particular perspective. இதில் வந்து நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா there is asset, contribution, agency and enabling environment. Asset is your skill, your talent, உங்களோட talent எதுல இருக்கு. See, for example, you may be a good artist, you know designing. You can design certain curriculum-based factors. Also, the faculty has to recognize certain things and utilize you. Enabling environment is being an environment that gives you a chance. அதாவது உங்களோட திறமையை வந்து exhibit பண்றதுக்கு அந்த particular environment வந்து you have to create, right? Then there is a point of contribution. So who is going to contribute? இப்போ இருக்க யூத்தோட பாயிண்ட் என்ன, either they are very aggressive. ஏதாவது தப்பு நடந்துச்சுன்னா they just go out and they say this is wrong, which is good. But there is a way of doing it, right? So where do I put my contribution? It has to be a reflection. Now, this is wrong if we assertively say, which is good. But if we aggressively say, nobody will listen. So that's where the contribution comes in. அதாவது நீங்க வந்து யோசிச்சு மற்றவங்க கண்டிப்பா நாங்க சொல்றதை கேட்கணும் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ஃபேக்டர்ல வந்து you have to exhibit yourself. அதுக்காக you anyway have to use your assets. Your agencies are your student council, your clubs, you know, your friends who have talent, all of that, your faculties who are coordinating things. All are the agencies to create that environment, right? So the youth of today require reconstruction. Around your time, space, and your talent and your knowledge, reconstruction work on. Next slide. So this starts as youth championship factors. I don't know how many colleges do it, but I can suggest that you can start something like that. You have a youth champion. That is someone who is a good leader, someone who attracts students, right? They are the key people to communicate. So you need to create something to work together and find a focal point. The youth leader is not by popularity, it's by familiarity. Aதாவது யாருக்கெல்லாம் நம்ம ஃபெமிலியராக இருக்கோம், who's our best friend, what talent, எந்த talent and skill ஷேர் பண்ணுறோமோ அதெல்லாம் சேர்த்து வர்றதுல இருந்து you create youth champions. Okay, it's not a single person also. ஒருத்தர் கிடையாது. It's a group of individuals, right? And that gives you individual identity. So it creates an identity for you. The identity should feel community. அதாவது நீங்க கிரியேட் பண்ற ஐடென்டிட்டினால உங்களோட சுத்தி இருக்க கம்யூனிட்டியும் பெனிஃபிட் ஆகும், right? And following that you can always benefit your organization also. So that's the idea behind this whole process, because we have over energetic youth. What COVID has done is it has suppressed your energy, right? It has suppressed your knowledge, it has suppressed your opportunity. So அதெல்லாம் வந்து எந்த அளவுக்கு வெளியே கொண்டு வரணுமோ கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்டிவா பண்ணும்போது உங்க ஆர்கனைசேஷனும் பெனிஃபிட் ஆகும், கம்யூனிட்டியும் பெனிஃபிட் ஆகும். So this is not only for students. Students can always get ideas. உங்களுக்கும் ஐடியாஸ் வரலாம், இந்த கிளப் எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் பண்ணலாம், இந்த மாதிரி ஒர்க் பண்ணலாம், இந்த மாதிரி டேலண்ட்ஸ் எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் பண்ணலாம். You can also start. Okay? No teacher is going to say no when you do something for the institute, for yourself, உங்களோட ஐடென்டிட்டிக்காகவும், at the same time for community. So this is a major part of revamping. அதாவது திருப்பி நம்ம வந்து reintroducing to society that we are good. I'm saying this because I'm pretty sure எல்லாரும் newspaper படிக்கிறீங்க, news கேக்குறீங்க, right? There is a lot of blame on you these days. I don't know, maybe ignore பண்றீங்களா என்னன்னு தெரியல, but a lot of people are blaming you. But India has the highest youth population. We are the youngest population in the world in the next 5 years. That's why everybody is afraid of us. in the world. Everybody is afraid of India in the world because India will be young when everybody is old. And being young makes you powerful, right? But being young and not acknowledged is not good even for people who are our neighbors or enemies, right? So everything starts at some point or the other. Okay, so enough of the boring stuff. So what is student life today? உங்களுக்கு இருக்க பெரிய கஷ்டம் என்ன இன்னைக்கு? படிக்கிறதா? What else? Only studies நான் நம்ப மாட்டேன். Hostel life. Hostel life ஜாலியா இருக்கும்ல? Okay, what else? Nothing else. Being a leader, having a group. Nothing? So basically this group has no concerns today, huh? I won't finish studying. Studying will come. It's just that you guys don't want to do it. நினைச்சா பண்ணிடலாம். அது கண்டிப்பா தெரியும். அந்த அளவுக்கு கெப்பாசிட்டி இருக்கு. Yes, there's a lot of things that goes. Okay, how do I run my daily life? நான் எப்படி போர் ஆகாம இருக்கிறது? First point. Yes. Then second point. What does the other person? யாராவது ஒருத்தர் என்னை பத்தி என்ன நினைக்கிறாங்க? ஆமா இல்லையா? அவங்க என்ன தப்பா நினைச்சா நான் எப்படி சண்டை போடலாம்? Yes. இல்லையா? ஆமா இல்லையா? I am pretty sure it's happening. No? அவங்க என்ன பத்தி தப்பா நினைச்சா நான் எப்படி சண்டை போடலாம்? அதுக்கப்புறம் then this thing, this is my friend, this is my brother, this is my sister. Okay, how dare you? And then very territorialism. Right. It's actually not unhealthy. It's only how you approach it. அதாவது அதை எப்படி பண்றீங்கன்னா because you are young. It's the age. அதாவது உங்களோட age to form your community, your group. Right? It's a normal human tendency to get that happening. But when you get that happening, அதாவது அதை பண்ணும்போது if you're hurting someone, if it comes at the cost of, I will accept it positively, if it comes at the cost of somebody else suffering, that's where the problem comes. அப்போ என்னன்னா it's not an intentional பண்ணிருப்பீங்க. அப்போ யோசிப்பீங்க why I did it for a good reason, அதாவது ஒரு நல்ல ரீசனுக்காக பண்ணேன், பட் இந்த மாதிரி ஆயிடுச்சு, it's நெகட்டிவா போகுது. It's not that you have, the reason is not the problem. நிறைய டைம் வந்து not to attend any faculties here, நிறைய டைம் வந்து when they scold, students always don't understand. The reason is not the problem. The reason is never the problem. அதை எப்படி பண்ணீங்க, அதனால என்னெல்லாம் கான்சிக்வன்ஸ் வந்துச்சு, அதுதான் பிரச்சனை. உங்களோட இன்டென்ஷனோ உங்களோட கான்செப்டோ உங்களோட ஐடியோ ப்ராப்ளம் கிடையாது. அது என்ன வகையில எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்ணீங்க, அதை எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்ணும்போது இன்னொருத்தவங்களை கன்சிடர் பண்ணாம இருந்தீங்கல்ல, அதுதான். Okay, so always remember that. Okay, so the way you execute something, the way you do something matters. All right. So I wanted to talk about this because you are all in the age of relationships. Yes, side adigiradu, that is my girl, that is my guy. Yes or no? Because every week I have a list of people who call me and say, ma'am, there is a boy and a girl. Ma'am, there is a boy and a girl. It's a panchayat pandu because they don't want the problem to go home. But the thing is, you're young. It's the only thing is you need to be responsible in your relationship. Because today, for some reason, if you're unhappy in your relationship, you hurt each other. அதாவது உங்களுக்கு அந்த ரிலேஷன்ஷிப் ஒர்க் அவுட் ஆகலையோ இல்லைன்னா அது வந்து உங்களுக்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரி இல்லையோ, you end up hurting, which is not good. Or you hurt yourself. That is the worst thing. You hurt yourself. See, life is very long. You are still young. You are already halfway there. But you are still young, right? There's a break ஆகுது for two reasons. One is you don't communicate with each other. It becomes a fashion or a fad to have a girlfriend or a boyfriend. That is the problem first. Because once you have it, you don't communicate. Second is you do not respect each other. Sorry to say that. I'm openly talking because I cannot hide things because it is happening. How many of you are in a relationship and how much do you respect the other person in the relationship? Definitely you have a boyfriend or girlfriend and you don't respect பண்றீங்க. Respect is mutual also. If you respect that person will respect you back. How many of you respected? How many of you communicate to that extent? See, relationship is not wrong. It's just human nature. You can't be alone. Okay? You attain puberty, you grow up, you are going to start a career, you start learning. It's eventually going to happen. It's your choice. I'm not saying everybody has to do it. It's your choice. உங்களோட decision தான் அது. But அந்த decision எடுத்துட்ட பிறகு, remember the second slide? Survival, adaptability, responsibility. You gotta escape it. If you cannot do all three, don't start one. My biggest advice. If you think you can survive, you think you can adapt, you can be responsible, start a relationship. So in order for you to start a relationship based on those three, you have to be able to survive, you have to be able to adapt, you have to be able to be responsible. உங்களுக்கு நீங்களும் அடாப்டிவா இருந்து நீங்களும் ரெஸ்பான்சிபிளா இருந்து நீங்களும் சர்வைவபிலிட்டியா இருந்தா start a relationship where you can do all the three again. If not, you are going to be hurt, definitely. It's not that in the relationship, even if it's an abusive relationship, hurt goes two ways. Nobody comes out unhurt. Okay? The hurt intensity may vary, but you get hurt. That's the point of it. So my sincere advice, I know this happens, but be cautious about it. And I know post-COVID, it is the thing, you stuck with home with your parents and everything, you just need someone else to occupy your mind. Right? But then that someone else comes at a cost. And you are also at a cost to that someone else. So, be responsible about it. Most of the time, relationships and they become so depressed. They hate themselves. They don't like it. Or someone just realizes, I don't want this life. Right? That's just not how it works. If you love yourself only, you have the capacity to love someone. I know there's a dialogue in movies and everything that you find someone that someone will give you love and you will feel fulfilled. Yes, but what are you giving back to that person? So it goes two ways. So be very responsible in starting a relationship. Know what you're going to do and try to make it a happy one. Don't take risks with it because you have a great life ahead, no matter how pathetic or difficult it looks now. There's so much time to make it better, so much time to make it big. Right? So be responsible when you start a relationship. Next slide. So everybody's a pharmacy student. I just put this in here because you're pharmacy students. Right? I don't know various specialties that are out there. So what is the expectation from you guys? One thing that I know is you read a lot. And expected to read a lot. Yes? Expected to do a lot of experiments? Yes? Expected to remember too much. I remember when I had one paper in pharmacology, I was like, oh God. It was the most terrifying paper. Of course, it was 10 years ago, but still, oh God. Okay? So yes, it is difficult and there's no denial. But, sweetheart, okay. So education has changed, right? So there's a hard way, there's an easy way. But இதுதான் பிரச்சனை வருது. எல்லாரும் நினைக்கிறாங்க கம்ப்யூட்டர் வந்துடுச்சு, ஆன்லைன் வந்துடுச்சு, ரிசோர்ஸ்லாம் அவைலபிளா இருக்கு, so it becomes an easy way. The old way is hard because you have to sit in the library, உட்காந்து லைப்ரரியில பார்க்கணும், உட்காந்து புக் ரெஃபர் பண்ணணும். Unfortunately, there is no hard way, easy way. Understand? But teachers, I'm not saying teachers, people, parents, they have this perception. Because அந்த காலத்துல phone பண்ணனும்னா STD போட்டுட்டு போறோம். இந்த காலத்துல phone பண்ணனும்னா பாக்கெட்ல இருந்து phone எடுக்கணும். So technology gives an impression that things are easy. So அதே மாதிரி படிக்கும்போது ஒரு கம்ப்யூட்டர் வச்சிருக்கறனால அதனால access பண்றதுனால it is easy. No. When you have books, people expect 10 references. When you have computers, they expect at least 100 references. Yes? You are expected to do more when you are having more convenience. So it's equally hard. I empathize that. But can you stop? No, you can't stop. This is very busy. Because the pharmaceutical industry is a very futuristic industry. So everything just increases. It's not like old times. You have designer drugs today, if I'm right. Yes? You have generic drugs, you have designer drugs, and I'm pretty sure morning lecture that you would have given you all the details about how things have changed, how things are common, everything. So for you guys, the stress is high because you have to read more, you have to work more, you have to remember more, you have to prove more, right? So you see the size of pharmacy today, and see the size of pharmacy 15 years ago. Shinna kadaila kuda full pharmacy vechiranga. Ipo vandu it's a big place. You have multi-complexes in pharmacy, right? So your particular profession is a thriving profession. And the biggest part of your profession is competition. Yes? I'm pretty sure everybody agrees with that. So you have to compete. You have to compete. Research will compete pannano. Drug designing, studying, teaching, everywhere you have to compete. The competition is so big. I mean, all of us is just stressful. Yes? So mostly what happens is students either shut off, that is completely shut off because of the stress. They thrive, they create burnout, right? And then there is a mediocre scenario where they're like, I want to survive this, and they just try to survive it. That's a reality in most professions. And as for you, I'm pretty sure the content of it is larger. At the same time, there is one thing that's positive. You have a wide range of opportunities. You understand? You have what I know and I have learned, given everything that's there. I'm not in the profession, and I have friends in the profession. Is that they do a lot of wide variety of opportunities out there. They do a lot of different things that we ask, is it even possible for you guys to even pursue something like that? So there is a point where you are able to create, innovate. Pharmacy institutes and pharmacology or pharmacy-based technology is one of the highest reaping points of our country and the world. And India is? Anybody can complete that sentence? India is? Nobody knows? India is called the pharmacy of the world. Really? You have no idea the amount of pressure that's giving you. Right? So you guys have a future that's wide. Worldwide. So don't lose hope on it. That's what I said, there's a lot coming. Now there are many opportunities. But in order for that opportunity to succeed, you need basics. So that is the reason you are here. So enjoy it, put effort, learn it, live a little. Don't do it without living a little. Okay? And have it done. Alright. So the secret to doing everything that we talked about. Today's world, if you are not flexible, you can't survive. And flexibility means உங்களுக்கு என்ன தேவைன்னு you know. Right? அதே டைம்ல வெளியே உங்ககிட்ட என்ன எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்றாங்கன்னு தெரிஞ்சு வச்சுக்கிட்டு அதை time and place அதை எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்றதுலனா flexibility வரும். Okay? ஏன்னா விட்டு கொடுத்துட்டோம். The idea of flexibility follows with the concept of says நீங்க பண்ண முடியாது, you cannot follow through with that. That means you put a pause to it, and either you flip on it or you postpone it. But if you pause it and never go back, nobody is losing but you, right? So always remember, flexibility is the key today. The reason why it is a key, flexibility is a key is because there is so much today, the population wise, content wise, information wise, நிறைய இருக்கு. So in that, time and place counts. கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்களா? கரெக்டான நேரத்தில் அங்கே இருந்தால் கரெக்டான விஷயம் நடக்கும். You are there in the right place at the right time. So flexibility evolves around identifying the right place and the right time. Because lot of children think that flexible இருங்க, be flexible அப்படின்னு சொன்னாலே நம்ம ஐடியா வேலைக்கு ஆகாது, நம்ம சொல்றதை யாரும் கேட்க மாட்டாங்க, நம்ம விஷயம்லாம் பண்ண முடியாது, இந்த ஐடியா ஒர்க் இல்லை, நான் விட்டுடுறேன் அப்படின்னு. No, it is you, it is your perception, your idea. So it's all about time and place, right? Next one. So this is my concept when somebody tells you to be flexible. The 3 R's. So it depends on how you respond. So usually யாராவது வந்து உங்ககிட்ட வந்து இந்த மாதிரி பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னு சொன்ன உடனே what do you do? Boys, if somebody tells you not to do this, how do you react? I'm open to all answers. I have seen everything. What do you do? யாராவது வந்து இந்த பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னு சொன்னா என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? அடிப்பீங்களா? போகலான்னு சொல்லிடுவீங்களா? See, responding is very important. Why now? If you have an idea, right? Somebody has said no to that idea. An idea to no சொல்லுவாங்க. இப்போ கோவம் வரும், ஆமா தானே? Yes? You get angry, you get irritated. இப்போ அந்த டைம்ல வந்து அந்த irritation, anger வந்து if you express, there is a possibility of 99% that person will not give you the opportunity again. Rather, if you respond like, okay, I will see it next time, but I will not forget it. You understand? That will be like, okay, there is something in this person, right? And he is going to remember it, so I may have to think again that the person is hearing that, right? So that is the thing. You need to know how to respond. We call it neutral responses. When you do not create conflict, when you don't create an emotional factor, but say that I am postponing it, that gives a positive sense. இன்னொரு விஷயம்னா ஐடியா சரியில்லைன்னு சொன்னவங்களே யோசிப்பாங்க, ஒருவேளை இந்த ஐடியா கரெக்டோ, because you are believing in it. சொல்லுவாங்கல்ல, நீங்க வந்து உங்களே நம்பணும். You need to believe what you think. So that is where the response comes, right? Then the second advantage, you return to your idea because you're not angry with it. You have postponed it. You return to your idea. The time period between நீங்க ஐடியா சொன்னதுக்கோ ஐடியா திருப்பி pitch பண்றதுக்கோ, you would have learned so much, right? So you reinvent your idea, right? So always remember, flexible இருக்கும்போது make sure you respond. ஏன்னா மற்றவங்களுக்கு அது கோவம் காட்டுறது தப்பு கிடையாது, பட் நம்ம வந்து மற்றவங்க கிட்ட கோவம் காட்டிட்ட பிறகு அந்த whatever is associated with that, அந்த ஐடியாவோ அந்த பர்சனோ அந்த ஆப்ஜெக்டோ திருப்பி நம்ம மைண்ட்ல வந்து என்டர்டெயின் பண்ணும்போது அந்த கோபம் மட்டும் தான் நாங்க வரும். அது ஒரு நல்ல விஷயமா கூட இருக்கலாம், ஆனா அந்த கோபம் மட்டும் தான் நாங்க வரும். ஸோ என்னன்னா it is losing its value. It might be a great idea, but it's losing its value. So the way you respond, the other person, you would have shown that person, you have made me upset, I am angry with you, you have no values, you might have shown, but what are you showing to yourself? You are losing your idea, you are losing your concept, right? So always, it is not an act of social acceptance, it's an act of selfishness. You know, when you are flexible, you are selfish enough to save your idea. So always remember that. You know, நிறைய பேர் என்ன சொல்றாங்க, விட்டு கொடுத்துறோம், அதாவது நம்ம இது போயிடுது, அப்படி கணக்கு. You are doing it for your own mental health, you are doing it for your own safety of your idea. So and you will always take one step bigger. ஒரு ஸ்டெப் அடிஷ்னலாக எடுத்து வச்சுன்னா அடுத்த டைம் வந்து ட்ரை பண்ணுவீங்க, because you will become better. The more you believe in your idea, the more better you will become. Right? Okay, following that, first things first, take care of yourself. How many of you skip breakfast? எத்தனை பேர் காலைல சாப்பிடாம காலேஜ் போறீங்க? It's kind of very less. So you need to take care of your body. If you do not take care of your body, அதாவது நம்ம பாடி யாரும் பார்க்க முடியாது. அதாவது 10 வயசுக்கு அப்புறமே அம்மா வந்து ஊட்டி விடுறேன்னு சொன்னா ஓகேன்னு சொல்றீங்க, அம்மா இது எதுக்கு ஊட்டி விடுறீங்கன்னு தள்ளி விட்டு போவீங்க. அதுக்கப்புறமே அது பண்ணதுக்குமே it's your responsibility. So eat your breakfast. You eat breakfast for 1 week, you'll see you'll be happy in the morning. Because brain வந்து ஒரு simple concept தான் work ஆகும். I will pump blood from the heart to the heart, then to the brain, then to the rest of the world. As long as யாராவது இதை டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ணாம இருந்தா நான் சந்தோஷமா இருப்பேன். So நான் சந்தோஷமா இருக்கும்போது I will do everything. If you don't get food, what blood are you going to pump? What are you going to feed your brain? How unhappy it is going to be. The body becomes unhappy. அதாவது உங்க உடம்பு unhappy ஆச்சுன்னா it will not cooperate. எத்தனை தடவை படிச்சாலும் மண்டையில் ஏறாது, எத்தனை தடவை சொல்லி பார்த்தாலும் மண்டையில் ஏறாது. So please take care of your body. Connect with people. Even சண்டை போட்டாலும் பரவாயில்ல, you don't have to talk to them. Fine. Find someone else to talk to. Then the world is full of people. You don't need only one group of friends. Right? So that's that. Take breaks. I have this thing that I always tell my students. Of course, medical college students is also. This is the same thing I'll tell you. Every day, for 5 minutes. If you can achieve 5 minutes, நான் சொல்றதுனால ஈஸியா இருக்கும். ஆனா உண்மையா 5 நிமிஷம் உங்களால இது பண்ண முடிஞ்சுச்சுன்னா it's a big thing. It's not easy. So 5 minutes on the clock. Okay, alarm கூட வச்சுக்கோங்க. You should do nothing. No seeing the phone. Just sit down, concentrate on an object or a color, and do nothing for 5 minutes. I can bet you 99% of you will do it. 1% maybe. 5 நிமிஷம். Now why we do that? Because the brain functions continuously. Even when you are sleeping, it functions around 40%. உங்களோட கனவுல உங்களுக்கு ஞாபகம் இருக்காது, ஆனா மூளை கனவு கண்டுட்டு இருக்கும். Very rarely only you get that awareness. So it's always okay. If you do that for 5 minutes, you reduce it to 20%. So you rest your brain. So when you rest your brain without stimulating anything for just 5 minutes, you can start slow. Try 2 minutes, then make it 3 minutes, make it 5 minutes. That 5 minutes is the biggest recharge you can give your mind. So yeah. So just try it. I'm pretty sure because I know kids find it difficult. You know, you constantly need stimulation and all. So Adanala, this is the most simplest way of taking a break for yourself. Okay? Stay informed. No gossip. How many of you like gossiping? It's not a bad thing. Unless you gossip something bad, it's not a bad thing. See, gossip is called a grapevine factor. Human behavior, அதாவது மனுஷனோட நேச்சரே வந்து அதுல தான் இருக்கு. Okay, today's news, you think all those flash news, tabloids, அதெல்லாம் வரதெல்லாம் வந்து it's a gossip only. Right? It's not the idea of what is gossiped. It's the idea of how much information is processed. And process ஆகும்போது it's an entertaining fact, there's a sad fact, there's a conflicting fact. So you run your emotions in a very safe environment. This is just a gossip, right? So that way you revamp and stimulate every part of your brain. Don't start a gossip that's not real. Don't start a gossip that hurts someone. But knowing things. So stay informed about things. And when you stay informed about things, don't hurt someone with it. So know it, experience it, not necessarily transfer it. You understand? You start a gossip, if it's something that's hurting someone, filter it out. You understand? Change how it is. So that is a major responsibility that will come. But take information. Always know what's happening around you. why I'm saying gossip is important is it's an idea of self-awareness. நம்மளை சுத்தி என்ன நடக்குது, இன்னைக்கு இந்த மாதிரி நடக்கிறதுனால நாளைக்கு எப்படி நடக்கும். You understand? All of that is it's a way of being aware. அதாவது being aware and protecting yourself. Right? Take care of yourself. Okay. So, if you are anxious, replace the anxiety. ஒரு விஷயம் தெரியலனா தான் அதை பார்த்து நம்ம பயப்படுவோம். So learn about it, read about it, ask about it. You will feel less anxious. Right? Then, negativity. It's easy to think of 100 negative things, but you just need one positive thing to move forward. See, negative thing usually எப்படின்னா நடந்திருக்காது, ஆனா நம்ம அதை நினைச்சு நடக்க வச்சிருவோம். Understand? So that is the biggest thing that comes from negativity. Okay, take it slow. If things are confusing, stop. ஒரு 10 நிமிஷம் நிக்கிறதுல, ஒரு 5 நிமிஷம் நிக்கிறதுல, you're not losing anything. You understand? So take it slow. Especially if you think எல்லாமே கன்ஃபியூஷனா இருக்குது, என்ன நடக்குதுன்னு தெரியலனா, take a step back, look at it, and then move forward. Expose yourself to the fear. That is the thing. ஒன்று பார்த்து முடிச்ச பிறகு அது இனி பயமா இருக்காது. That is the point. And உலகம் எப்பவுமே மாறிட்டே தான் இருக்கு. You have to change with it. The world will never stand and stay still. So you can take a break, you can take it slow, but you have to keep changing with it. Alright, so this is what is biggest conflict for you today. The past, present and the future. நிறைய விஷயங்கள் நடந்துட்டு போறது என்னன்னா, இப்படி நடந்துச்சு. I'm not talking of great traumatic events. Some small things, upsetting things happen. But you should always remember where you are standing. நீங்க எப்பவுமே presentல தான் இருக்கீங்க. நிறைய டைம் அதை நம்ம மறந்துடுறோம். எத்தனை பேர் உங்க group of friends பல விஷயத்தையும் பேசிட்டு இருக்கீங்க? They keep saying that, right? They say that you're preoccupied with the past. They leave you. They put distance between you, right? All of that does happen. So you need to make sure, you need to be very clear where you are standing. So sometimes ரொம்ப confusion இருக்கும்போதோ, ரொம்ப tension இருக்கும்போதோ, இல்லைன்னா you just feel low. Stop and remind yourself where you are. We even do an exercise. Suppose நம்ம வீட்டில் நின்றுட்டு இருக்கோங்கன்னா, நின்னாலும் just stop and think of everything in your room. Table இருக்கு, chair இருக்கு, bed இருக்கு, window இருக்கு. If you focus on just inanimate objects, அதாவது objects that don't move, you just focus, you will come to the present. Right? So that will tell you, okay, this is not today. So I have to think about the future. Think about the future is another conflict. இன்னைக்கு நான் இப்படி இருக்கேன், நாளைக்கு நான் அப்படி இருக்கேன், ஐயோ ஒரு வருஷம் கழிச்சு என்ன ஆகும், 6 மாசம் கழிச்சு என்ன ஆகும். So நிறைய time we keep thinking. It doesn't work. Always remind yourself of the present. Right? So the next normal is now. Actually, this is not a very positive slide because this is what you think. Right? We are alone. We are walking this path alone. All our friends கூட இருந்தாலும் அவங்க வீட்டுக்கு போன பிறகு, isn't that what happens? When you are in your room, isn't that what happens? Yes? So this is where we think that this is what is going to happen to us. One of the reasons this happened is because of 3 years of COVID instructions and everything. But this is not what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be something like this. Somebody picks up, somebody calls friends, somebody works together. The world consists of people. இன்னைக்கு வந்து இங்கிருந்து இன்னொரு கண்ட்ரிக்கு வந்து 4 hours, 8 hours, maximum you have a 12-hour flight. You can communicate here. If you log in, you can call someone from the other side of the world. Yes? So people are there. You are not alone. And being alone cannot be the new norm. Okay? So please remember there are people out there. There are people out there who are good and there are people out there who are bad. But you are old enough. You need to have people around you to tell you what's good and bad. And that's where your teachers, parents, everybody comes in. So you need opinions, but you are responsible for your actions. Right? So the youth of today are leaders for tomorrow. See, this is a cliche. அதாவது எங்க போனீங்கன்னாலும் இதெல்லாம் சொல்லலாம். இது போனதுக்கு நான் ரொம்ப யோசிச்சேன். பட் என்ன விஷயம்னா, you need to know this is pressured into. Okay. எங்க போனாலும் டீச்சர் சரி வீட்ல சரி எங்க கேட்டாலும் சரி நியூஸ் தரனாலும் சரி when they talk about youth, this is what they say. Unfortunately, it's true. Right? Tomorrow we all will not be there. You will only be there. Yes? So, this is a responsibility. This is a long-term responsibility. First, you are not alone in it. Second, you have the resources for it. Third, it's not happening tomorrow. It's just a phase. It's happening. It happens. And then there's another generation you can put the responsibility on. So that's always there. Okay? So kindly remember that. So another thing about youth. We age not by holding on to the youth. We are not young anymore. I don't know a chunk of children who think that school was better than college. College has become so restrictive. You're still young. Your mind is still young. Okay? So you have to let yourself grow. If you don't let yourself grow, whatever value youth got, அதாவது என்னதான் value உங்க youth உங்களுக்கு கிடைச்சிச்சோ அதை வந்து நீங்க multiply பண்ண முடியாது. So remember your youth, experience your youth, and use it as you age forward. Right? Okay. So thank you very much. I don't want to take questions because this is not a seminar. But if you have anything you would like to ask, kindly do. I'm usually applauded off the stage. Thank you guys.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for sharing your deep knowledge about students' life scenario today with us. You sustain our school of enthusiasm and valuable knowledge. Thank you.
Students are required to fill the feedback forms given inside your files.
Students, உங்க feedback forms வந்து உங்களுக்கு கிட்ட கொடுத்த ஃபைல்ஸ்ல இருக்கு, அதை fill பண்ணுங்க. Everybody are requested to fill the feedback forms. And must submit it to the committee members so that you will receive your certificates. J.K. Shamla of Apollo College of Pharmacy. Next, Miss Nancy from Sri Sastha College of Pharmacy. Dr. Balaji of Jaya College of Pharmacy. Kindly applause for him, sir. Ms. Rameshwari from Sri Sastha College of Pharmacy.
Prize distribution. Presenting you the prize distribution section of the day. This is the time to felicitate the talents of our students for the sheer and hard work for the different events carried out today. Juries have submitted their judgment. Now we will have the prize distribution ceremony.
The first place for oral representation goes to G. Nitya of SRMC. Students, kindly encourage the students. She is receiving a cash prize of rupees 2,000. The second place for poster presentation to Preeti S. of Sri Venkateshwara College of Pharmacy. Winning the cash prize of rupees 1,000. The third prize for poster presentation goes to Mohammed Ahmed of Apollo College of Pharmacy with the cash prize of rupees 500. The first place for poster presentation is secured by Mr. Wesley Raj of the Sastha College. Receiving cash prize of rupees 2,000. The second place for oral presentation is secured by Premavati of Sri Sastha Pharmacy. Receiving the cash prize of rupees 1,000. Premavati. The third place for oral representation is secured by Udanti of Bihar College. Bharat Institute, securing the cash prize of rupees 500. Somebody from Bharat College represent the award winner. Students, kindly encourage the prize winners. Students of respective colleges, volunteer yourselves to receive the certificates of your fellow students. Sree College of Pharmacy. அவங்க உங்க காலேஜ்ல இருந்து ஒருத்தர் வந்து உங்க ஸ்டூடண்ட்ஸோட சர்டிபிகேட்ஸ் வாங்கிக்கோங்க. College of Pharmacy. Students, kindly give a big round of applause. Next, Jaya College of Pharmacy.
Next, Apollo College of Pharmacy. Students, தயவு செய்து கை தட்டுறீங்களா? உங்கள ஒருத்தவங்க தான் வாங்குறாங்க. கை தட்டு.
Vote of thanks. We are now at the end of this inaugural valedictory function. To give a perfect end to this event, I now request Mrs. Lakshmi Priya, Assistant Professor of SSPC, to deliver the words of gratitude.
Good evening. For an event to be a success, it requires willingness from everyone. Not one could be excluded in the effort. Each and everyone beautifully adding their touch in organizing an event. Firstly, we would like to thank the chief guest who took their time off from their busy schedule to grace this occasion and enlighten us on the particular topic of discussion. Secondly, we would like to extend our gratitude to our dear chairman who has provided an invaluable opportunity for everyone to organize and participate in this occasion. I thank our dear principal who helped us and guided us to make this occasion a grand success. I would like to thank the delegates and participants without whom this event would have no fulfillment. I would like to request everyone here to give a big applause to our dear students for organizing the organizing committee and volunteers who were in the organizing teams to execute every requirement that was needed. Could we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the teaching and non-teaching staff of our department who coordinated the complete event at such a short notice. Lastly, but not the least, we would like to thank the service providers like the caterers, EMB, housekeeping for making this occasion a grand success. Thank you.
Kindly rise for the national anthem.
counselor kindly come and collect the certificate.